Good evening. I'd like to call the City Council meeting to order. And could we please have roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Carr?
Here.
Councilmember Panduro?
Here.
Councilmember Sand, who is online? Are you
Here.
there? Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Tonneson?
Here.
Councilmember Williams?
Here.
Vice Mayor Bertani?
Here.
And Mayor Moy.
I am here.
Thank you.
And so our invocation tonight will be presented by Chaplain Heather Bodwell of Travis Air Force Base. Thank you.
And proud Clergy Action Network member.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you. So with that, I invite you to join me in your faith tradition and join me in prayer. Let us pray. O God, remind us this month to be thankful for the people in our lives and the resources that you have given to us as the city of Fairfield and this nation. Give us strength and courage to face the challenges and difficulties placed before us. And may we find interconnect to address these things together. We ask you to bless this council and all government officials. Guide them with wisdom and fill them with vision to see the common good and pursue it. For the people of the city, uplift them with a sense of self-respect, purpose, and a driving desire for your peace and justice. And for those of us gathered here this evening, may we be thankful for our freedom, responsible in our actions and assured that you are our God. We pray all of these things in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain. And now I'm going to ask the clerk to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me as we salute our nation's flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now we will go to council reports, and we'll start with Councilwoman Williams, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, community. I just have one thing to report. That is I attended the Fairfield Homeless Roundtable. Great job with that, Samantha. Is that every 2 months? Every quarter, so once a quarter. This one was very insightful because there was you featured HR 1. So you had a speaker that came from Solano County that talked about the potential impacts on HR 1 that was just passed on in the federal government surrounding SNAP benefits, its potential rise in food insecurity, the loss of financial payments to health care providers and community clinics, and individuals losing medical coverage. So it's a very big bill. It looks like everyone is trying to learn more about it, but I at least want to give that report tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Tonneson, please.
Nothing from me tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Doug.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to keep it real brief. We got a full house tonight. I just wanted to say that I did take part in the Veterans Day Parade as well as a community concert and the concert. It was wonderful as usual, and it was a great turnout. I love walking downtown, seeing a lot of my friends and neighbors. I also attended the Tiny Town ribbon cutting at the mall. This is a brand-new interactive discovery center for children. They have art, building, sensory, hands-on play. So if you got young ones and you need to get out of the house, you can go down to the mall, and it's a really neat little place for them. That's all I got for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Panduro.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I always wanted to give kudos to the Parks and Rec Department, number one, for the Veterans Day Parade. It was awesome, really well done. Even though we missed having Travis Air Force Base there, it was still a lovely way to give salute and acknowledgement to all of our military and service members, veterans. And so also I also attended the Fall Harvest Lunch. So they do these lunches over at the ARC, which is just across the street. ARC stands for the Adult Rec Center. So if you have not been there, they have amazing workshops and classes and clubs for the seniors in our community. And I attended their lunch. They had a lovely turkey sandwich lunch and raffle items, and it was sponsored by the Community Services Foundation. So I wanted to give a thanks to them as well. And that is all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. This is what democracy looks like. Amen. Thank you so much. I have just two really quick comments. Just want to remind everyone that on Tuesday, November 25th, a week from today, is the Clergy Action Network 6th Annual Thanksgiving Meal. And this is going to be one of the best that we've ever had. It just gets better and better every time. So I think we're all covered for turkeys. We've got about 80 turkeys that are going to be smoked right on the spot outside as usual by the Bay North Church. And we've got all of our Clergy Action Network members will be there. You are welcome to join. I see many familiar faces who have attended in the past, and so that's on Tuesday, starting at 12:30 over at Willow Hall, 1000 Kentucky Street. Come volunteer, come help us serve, come have fun, come and give thanks for the folks who we'll be fellowshipping with and having a good old time. So that's on Tuesday, and then there are flyers right outside in the lobby, so be sure and pick up your flyer as a reminder of the Thanksgiving meal. And then on December the 4th, which is a Thursday, we're going to have a meeting, a town hall meeting about the CARE Act Court. This is another tool in our toolkit for helping people who need help get off the streets and get stabilized. The CARE Act Court is designed to provide compassionate, individualized care plans that prioritize treatment, support, and housing, and lots of service offerings on the path to stability and shelter, and permanent housing as well. The presiding judge, Judge Alicia Jones, presiding judge of the Solano County Superior Court, will be at the town hall meeting hosting, along with Jennifer Mullane, who is the director of Solano County Behavioral Health. Those two organizations work collaboratively through the CARE Act court system to help folks get off the street, into a plan, and into stable housing. And in the words of Judge Jones, good things are happening at Solano County Superior Court. All you have to do is just walk through the door. Her words. So please join us. The mayor and I will also be helping to host the town hall meeting, again, Thursday, December 4th, 5 to 6:30, right here in council chambers, and there's a flyer for you out there as well. If you can't attend, please take a flyer and offer it to someone who may be able to attend that meeting. And that's all I have, and it's always a better meeting when you're in the room. So thanks for coming.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And Councilman Sandu, please.
No report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I am not going to give a report tonight because we have business that we need to get to. I do want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. This is one of the reasons why so many of us are here today, is we're thankful for so many things. And anyway, happy Thanksgiving. And Mr. City Manager, anything from you?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, agenda items are the only things I've got for tonight. Item M3, public hearing, that's going to be continued to a future date. So once that date is set, we will re-notice that public hearing notice. And then I would request, given I know we've got a lot of folks here, particularly on the Vista Ridge project tonight, if items M1 and M2 could be maybe taken before item L3, that would help make Vista Ridge the last item. M1 and M2 will be fairly brief. You've already had presentations from those from both our chief building official and our fire marshal, and then that might also provide opportunity for some of our staff to clear out and give additional seats for our residents.
Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that then. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And Mr. City Attorney, anything?
I have nothing to report, thank you.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, your report?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one item. We still need one representative from Fairfield for the mosquito abatement district of Solano County. If you want more information, you can email City Clerk at fairfield.ca.gov. Thank you.
All right, so then we'll just turn to presentations, please.
Yes, our only presentation this evening. City celebrates America Recycles Day with naming of the Big Belly Monsters. And our presenter is Corey Beavers, Senior Analyst from Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and the general public. My name is Corey Beavers, and I manage the city's solid waste and recycling program. In celebration of America Recycles Day, I'm very excited to be here to officially introduce you to our newest downtown residents, or as we like to call them, the Trash Monsters. Tonight's presentation will provide a brief overview of America Recycles Day, the Feed Me initiative, and will conclude with a short video introducing the names of our new friends. To give a little bit of context for this presentation, America Recycles Day is celebrated every year on November 15th. It is a signature program of Keep America Beautiful that promotes and celebrates the proper ways to recycle and reuse. We felt this was the perfect time for the announcement of the Downtown Trash Monsters and to really tie this local initiative to a national movement. However, before we announce the names of the Trash Monsters, I wanted to give a brief background on how we got here. Earlier this year, the city launched the Feed Me initiative as part of the larger Fairfield Downtown Heart of Fairfield revitalization project. The Feed Me initiative had a specific focus showcasing downtown as an arts and culture district with beautiful public artwork and murals and tasty, unique dining options. One of the primary goals was to encourage residents to dine at our restaurants downtown, and to do that, we needed to improve our public spaces. But we wanted to go beyond just standard bins and really emphasize public art, beautification, and visual storytelling in the downtown. As part of the Feed Me initiative, we installed new Big Belly waste containers. Funded primarily through a Cal Recycle grant, these new containers allow residents to properly sort their trash, recyclables, and organic waste, while keeping the downtown clean and reducing the amount of littering. So you're probably looking at these bins and asking the question, why monsters? It's a good question. This was a very deliberate and specific design choice, but it's also a strategic one. This approach is about solving a few key problems with public waste sorting in a fun, creative way. First, we are using anthropomorphic design. This is just a technical term for assigning human traits to non-human objects. By giving these bins faces, mouths, and personalities, they stop being just boring trash cans and they become characters. This makes them immediately more engaging, more memorable, and frankly, more fun. They grab your attention in a way a standard bin never could. Second, each monster eats a specific type of material. As you can see in their designs, their diets are clearly visible. The blue monster is for recycling and eats bottles and cans. The green monster is for organics and eats food scraps and other compostable items. And the black monster is for landfill, and it eats things that can't be recycled or composted, like plastic bags and wrappers. It turns the simple chore of sorting into the simple activity of feeding the right monster. This leads us to our main goal, encouraging proper sorting to reduce contamination. Contamination is the single biggest problem in recycling and organic programs. When someone throws the wrong item in, like a plastic wrapper in the compost, it can spoil the whole batch. By turning this into a game-like interaction, we get people to pause and think for that extra second. They have to decide which monster they want to feed. This small moment of consideration is critical. As you can see in the photo, it's especially effective at engaging children, helping to build good sorting habits from a young age. And finally, from a citywide perspective, this builds a unified visual identity. Instead of a random collection of different bins, this system gives the entire downtown a cohesive, branded, and memorable look. It makes the waste stations easy to spot and reinforces the city's commitment to cleanliness and sustainability in a creative way. It's functional, but it's also public art. But the monsters still needed names, so that's where we reached out to you. So as part of the city's continued community engagement efforts, we launched the Name That Monsters social media survey and contest. This was a fantastic way to engage residents and visitors, and residents were encouraged to submit their ideas on what name to give to each of the monsters and vote on their favorites. The winners of the contest would receive a $25 gift card to a downtown restaurant. The community response was incredible, and the survey had over 120 monstrous names submitted. The campaign generated over 9,300 impressions on LinkedIn, over 400 likes on our social media channels, and the monsters were even featured on KCR3 News. And the best part is the winners are here tonight. Are Lauren and Remy available tonight? If so, can you please come up to the podium? Please come on up. Thank you. So again, I'm proud to introduce the winners of our contest, Lauren Miller and Remy Martinez. Lauren was a double winner and came up with the names of our organic monster and the recycling monster, and Remy thought up the name of the garbage monster. Lauren, Remy, congratulations on a job well done. So, if you guys want, here, come on down. It's okay. So, without further ado, please join me in announcing the names of our monster friends. So, for the black landfill monster, the winning name was Garbzilla. For our blue recycling monster, the winning name was Reese Cycle. And our green organics monster was named Organicana. And give me 1 second. And now let's meet the monsters.
I snack on all the wrong stuff: broken glass, diapers, pet waste, plastic bags, styrofoam. Yum! If it's messy, gross, or doesn't belong anywhere else, toss it my way.
I'm Recycle, the clean freak of the bunch. I only eat empty, dry, and squeaky clean recyclables. Think glass bottles, metal cans, paper, cardboard, and aluminum. Keep it clean and I'll keep it green.
And I'm Organicana. I'm all about the good stuff. Food scraps, yard clippings, paper bags, and food soil paper. Basically, anything nature made and you didn't finish.
We're the Trash Monsters, keeping Fairfield fresh and waste-free.
Come meet us downtown and see how sorting smart keeps our city clean.
So again, thank you. I'd like to congratulate our winners and everyone who participated. And lastly, I want to give a big thank you to Ina Davenport, Valeria Keene, and Jennifer Rice. This project would not have been a success without them. So the next time you are in the downtown, please come feed the monsters, eat at our downtown restaurants, and check out our new friends. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
No questions, it looks like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Now we're going to move on to public comments. The public comments are for anything that is not on the agenda. If you need to fill out a card to speak still, I think they're still on the back and you can bring them up to the clerk. We have at least 45, 50 people who want to speak tonight. You'll each have 2 minutes to speak, okay? So,
Okay,
Madam Clerk.
I'll read the statement. Public comments. Persons wishing to address the City Council on subjects not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. The council cannot discuss or take action on matters not on the agenda for this meeting, but council members may briefly respond to statements made or questions raised by the public, ask for clarification from staff, refer the matter to staff, request staff to report back to the council at a subsequent meeting, or place the matter on a future agenda. If you're online to speak on an agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature or press star 9 on your phone. And as the mayor said, speakers are limited to 2 minutes per item. Thank you. And our first speaker is Danny Torres, to be followed by Kylie Torres.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Danny Torres, and I've proudly served the city of Fairfield as a firefighter for 12 years. I'm here tonight not just for myself, but on behalf of FPFA members who continue to show up for this community day after day, often under circumstances most people will never have to experience. Recently, there's been a lot of focus on the Fairfield Fire Department's overtime budget. But what hasn't been shared with the public is why the overtime exists. Majority of our overtime has been a direct result of long-term injuries, serious back injuries, cancer diagnoses, and mental health issues that come from the very real hazards of this profession. These are not optional absences. These are the costs of serving the city in the toughest days. In recent years, multiple members of the union have been forced into medical retirement. These retirements permanently changed the lives and ultimately costs the city of Fairfield even more in the long run. Yet the narrative being presented to the is that the firefighters are choosing to make overtime. The truth is very different. Our members have the second lowest vacation accruals and the lowest sick leave accruals in relation to the comparison city fire departments, and yet the city is considering cuts to our union's leave bank and use under the belief that this will reduce overtime spending. But cutting leave benefits will do the opposite. When Fairfield firefighters can't take meaningful time off to recover physically, mentally, and emotionally, injuries increase, burnout increases, and overtime increases, not decreases. Our leave banks are a tool to protect our members and protect the city from even larger staffing shortages. We are here tonight asking for a fair contract, one that recognizes the realities of our work
10
and the
seconds.
sacrifices that FPFA members make for the city of Fairfield. We urge the city to negotiate in good faith and be transparent about the true causes of the overtime and pursue solutions that reduce injuries rather than create more of them. Fairfield firefighters show up
Time is up.
in the community every single day, and tonight we ask the city to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Kylie Torres, to be followed by Sharon Markowski.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Kylie Torres, and I'm here tonight not only as a proud wife of a firefighter, but as a voice for the families who stand behind the men and women who protect this city every single day. I stand before you tonight because I've seen firsthand what's happening behind the scenes, the growing strain on the very people this community depends on when everything goes wrong. Over the last 7 years, your fire department's call volume has increased by over 100%. That means double the emergencies, double the medical calls, double the fires, and double the lives saved. And yet, instead of recognizing and supporting that growth, the city has chosen to talk about cutting benefits and reducing staffing. When you talk about cutting benefits, please understand, you're not just talking about numbers on a budget sheet. You're talking about people. You're talking about the men and women who choose to put their lives on the line every single day for this community. You are talking about the families that pray every day that their loved ones make it home safe from their shift. These aren't just numbers. Every cut and every reduction means more calls per firefighter, more mandatory overtime, more fatigue, and more risk of injury. It means firefighters missing birthdays, anniversaries, and tucking their kids into bed at night because they're being forced to stay another shift. Not by choice, but because there's no one else left to fill the gap. The majority of these vacancies needing to be filled are created by long-term injuries and cancer or cancer-related illnesses. Our firefighters aren't asking for luxury. They're asking for basic respect, for safe staffing, and for the ability to do their jobs without being pushed to exhaustion. When it comes to the overtime they're having to work, they shouldn't be treated like a burden when they've already given everything they have to protect this community. When the call comes in, our firefighters show up every time without hesitation. It's time for the city to do the same for them. They put their bodies and mental health at risk responding to every call, and the last thing they need is to feel unsupported by the leaders of the city they
10
serve.
seconds.
Value your employees, protect the people who protect you, because if you don't, it won't just be the firefighters who suffer, it will be every single resident who relies on them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sharon Marcossi, is that how you say it? Marcacci, and then to be followed by Lori Ganda, or Ganda.
Dear Fairfield City Council, my name is Sharon Marcacci. I'm here to talk about David Rogers with relation to the Fairfield Theater. I first met David Rogers a little over 5 years ago when my granddaughter said her first line in her first Starbound play. She has now been in over a dozen fabulous main stage productions under the direction of David Rogers, and her younger sister has joined her. Her enjoyment and participation has grown over the years, so she's now at Starbound Studio 4 more times a week, including at a junior tech theater leadership program for young teens that was developed by David Rogers. Mr. Rogers has not just directed outstanding youth and mixed-age theater productions, but has led fun and educational outings, including workshops with professional actors, theater competitions out of town, private movie screenings, and Starbound students performing on stage at Disneyland. He is always coming up with new ideas and programs. The staff he has hired over the years to teach singing, dancing, and drama have been outstanding. I admire and appreciate his contributions to the community, from food drives to annual holiday events for foster children, to staging countless student matinees where thousands of local children have been introduced to live theater over the years. Our respect for Mr. David, as the kids call him, and love of being in his performances has led 2 of my granddaughters to next participate in the Starbound holiday show, Best Christmas Pageant Ever, coming out next month, where they will be on stage alongside of me, their grandmother, doing a theatrical debut at age 72. Partly due to the encouragement of Mr. Rogers. David Rogers' support and encouragement for actors new and experienced, young and old, is awesome. I am more than happy to give a character reference for David Rogers based on the talents and abilities I have personally seen him demonstrate during the rewarding and magical years that we have been at Starbound Theater. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Lori Ganda, to be followed by Jennifer Hoyle.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Lori Ganda. I'm a Solano County employee and single parent whose daughter has been a proud participant in Starbound Theater for the last 2 years. I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of David Rogers and positive impact he and his team at Starbound Theater have had on my family. When my daughter has first joined Starbound, she was shy, unsure of herself, and is struggling to find a place where she truly belonged. Under David's leadership, she found not only her voice, but her confidence, her community, a space where she feels safe, valued, and encouraged. I've watched her grow not just as a performer, but as a person, and that transformation is the direct result of the supportive environment that David and his team have built. Starbound Theater is more than a program. It's a place where children, teens, adults experience mentorship, compassion, structure, and emotional safety. David fosters creativity while teaching life skills like communication, teamwork, empathy, resilience. These are the kind of spaces our community should uplift and protect. I also want to speak directly to David's character and integrity because that is what truly sets him apart. In every interaction I've had with him, he has been patient, ethical, transparent, and deeply committed to doing what is right by his students. He leads with kindness, fairness, and professionalism. He listens, he shows up, and he consistently prioritizes the well-being of the kids in his care. Those qualities matter, and especially in the programs that shape young people. So I ask you to look at what truly reflects reality is the children who run to rehearsals with excitement, the parents who trust this program wholeheartedly, the performers who leave the show with pride, and the countless families who have felt welcome, supported, and included. David Rogers is an asset to this community. Starbound Theater is an asset to this community, and I urge the council to continue supporting programs that build confidence, connection, and creativity in Fairfield. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Jennifer Hoyle, to be followed by, is it JT Hoyle? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council Member, and City staff. My name is Jennifer Hoyle. I'm a fourth-generation Fairfield resident, now raising the fifth. I am also a proud wife of a Fairfield fire engineer. My family has invested in this city for nearly a century. My great-grandpa, Boyd Sheldon, started Sheldon Gas in 1922. We have actively been involved in Fairfield's Seroptimus Group for over 20 years. We even donated the land Mission Solano was built on, because we believe in taking care of people with dignity, compassion, and action. And tonight, I'm asking the city to do the same for the people who carry Fairfield on their backs. A very good friend of mine, Josh Thoming, is a Fairfield fire captain. Josh's son had cancer and is still being treated for leukemia. He leaves his family during these difficult times in order to provide the best care for the city of Fairfield. I see what this job really takes from them. The sleepless nights, the calls that never leave them, the physical and emotional weight that they carry long after the sirens stop. Fairfield firefighters have always put the city first, and the city leadership is not doing the same right now. Call volume is exploding. Staffing is not keeping up. Firefighters are still out of contract, and still every single day they show up for the city without hesitation. Yet here we are, still debating whether they deserve what they've already earned. Leadership matters, and right now, this leadership is failing them. Our city manager came from Sullivan, California, a town fewer than 6,000 residents. His lack of experience with the city of Fairfield side and complexity shows in the decisions being made here. Nothing impacts people's lives more than firefighters arriving fast when seconds matter. When a house is burning, when a child isn't breathing, when there's a wreck on any of our highways, people don't call their city manager or council members. They call 911 and pray somebody gets there fast. Fast doesn't happen by chance. It happens when a city values its firefighters in its actions, not just in its language. So tonight, I'm asking the city council to please hear our firefighters and their families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is JT Hoyle, to be followed by Phil Bakey, sorry.
Good evening, members of the council. I am here not only as a taxpaying resident, but as someone who cares deeply about the well-being of the city, its employees, its citizens, and its future. And tonight, I must address concerns that many community members and city employees have raised for far too long. We have a city manager whose leadership has repeatedly come into question. Employees describe environments where their concerns are dismissed, morale deteriorating, and their contributions undervalued. When the people who keep the city running feel mistreated or ignored, that is not just a workplace issue, it becomes a citywide issue because it affects their ability to serve the public. There are also serious questions about how city resources are being managed. We're seeing decisions that seem inconsistent, financially irresponsible, and lacking transparency. Taxpayer dollars demand careful stewardship, and our city deserves leadership grounded in accountability, not avoidable mistakes or unexplained priorities. Most concerning is what appears to be broader disregard for residents themselves. When citizens raise issues, they deserve response. When neighborhoods ask for help, they deserve action. When the community expresses a lack of confidence in leadership, that concern cannot be dismissed. Council members, you are elected to safeguard this community. It is your responsibility to ensure our leadership reflects the values, competence, and integrity the city deserves. Many of us no longer believe that is happening. It is time to evaluate the city manager's performance honestly and openly, and if the pattern of mismanagement, disregard for employees, and lack of accountability continues, then necessary decisions may be to remove him from his position. Let me be clear. Let me be very clear. If leadership does not change, change will come through the democratic process.
Your time is up.
That is not a threat, it is a promise. When elected officials fail to act in the public's best interest, the public acts at the ballot box. Our city deserves better, our employees
Time is
deserve
up.
better, and the people who call this place home deserve leadership that serves them, not itself. Thank you.
Next is Phil Baxey to be,
Close.
sorry. Bailey, oh, sorry. It looked like a K.
All right.
And to be followed by Dan Graves. Thank you.
All right, members of the council, my name's Phil Bailey, FPFA president. The leadership of this city is not representing this community or its workforce the way it deserves. Despite maintaining a 35% budget reserve well above policy targets and superfunded internal service funds, the direction from leadership has been to attack its labor groups at the bargaining table. These attacks have extended beyond pay, targeting non-cost items that simply support quality way of life for employees. At the same time, we hear conflicting narratives. On one hand, we're warned of a financial crisis. On the other hand, the city is considering actions that could create major financial burdens. This mixed messaging doesn't just confuse people, it destroys trust. This council has allowed this approach to continue. Morale across Fairfield's labor groups is the lowest it's been in decades. What was once a destination fire department admired and sought after by experienced lateral candidates has become a shell of what it once was. Many of those laterals now question their decision to come here. They came because they were told Fairfield valued its workforce. But after repeated attacks, after watching long-serving employees passed over while outside senior staff are brought in, seeing retirement benefits challenged that employees have paid into for 20 or 30 years, it's clear they no longer feel valued. The pride that once defined the Fairfield Fire Department is fading. Our dedication to the community is unshaken. When the bell rings, we answer. But the willingness to rally behind current leadership has collapsed. Let's be clear, when the captain of the ship loses his crew, it's not the crew's failure. Leadership means navigating difficult times without abandoning the people who keep the ship afloat. It's fitting given Fairfield's own history. Captain Waterman himself faced mutiny aboard his ship before retiring and starting anew, ultimately founding this city. History has a way of repeating itself when leadership refuses to listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Dan Graves, to be followed by Deb Valdez. Oh, she left. Okay, thank you for letting me know.
Hello, everyone. Just wanted to take a moment to speak about the future of the Missouri Street Theater. From the moment my daughter began working under Mr. Rogers' direction for Starbound Theater, it was clear that his professionalism, dedication, and passion of the arts extended far beyond the stage. Under his guidance, my daughter has flourished, developing stronger acting skills, stage presence, and self-assurance that have carried over into other areas of her life. What set Mr. Rogers apart is his genuine care for the community he serves. From toy drives, food donations, and scholarships, he goes above and beyond to create opportunities for young people to shine, ensuring that every child feels included. When my wife and I watched the recent City Hall meeting and saw multiple people expressing their positive views and experiences with Missouri Street Theater, I couldn't help but think about how many people also feel that same way about Starbound Theater and David Rogers. The impact he has made on so many families, including mine, is remarkable. While no one's experiences are ever without challenges, I believe it's important to remember that for every few negative experiences someone may have, there are 100 more positive ones. The overwhelming majority of students and families who have worked with him and speak of encouragement, growth, and the joy that he brings to his programs. The ideas and creativity that David Rogers can bring to the downtown theater in Fairfield will be nothing short of amazing. His passion, innovation, and dedication to the performing arts would breathe new life into the theater and provide countless opportunities for local performers and audiences alike. We are deeply grateful for the positive and lasting influence David Rogers has had on our daughter for the past 2 years. His leadership, compassion, and dedication to nurturing both talent and character make him an exceptional role model and an invaluable asset to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Darlene Crumedy, to be followed by Annie Ruiz. Is Darlene here? Oh, thank you.
Hi. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Darlene Crumity, and I'm a resident of Fairfield here in Solano County. And I'm proud to be part of the American Redress Coalition of California Bay Area, ARC Bay Area, as well as the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, CJEC. I'm here with great big news. Senate Bill 515 just became law, and it applies directly to our city
Can we
and
stop
county.
talking in the audience? It's very rude.
Audience? I'm sorry. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm here with great news. Senate Bill 515 just became law, and it applies directly to our city and county. CJEC wrote it, and Governor Newsom signed it to ensure every city and county in California, including ours, updates its hiring form and data system to create new category for people who are descendants of persons enslaved and emancipated from chattel slavery here in the United States, also known as freemen. This law takes effect in 2027. This is historic. For generations, our lineage has been invisible in public data. On government forms and in employee systems, our identities have been collapsed into a single racial category that erases lineage and history. Grouping everyone conceals the distinct challenges American freemen face, particularly in areas as aging while black, housing, income, education, health, and lost opportunities. If you don't see us, you cannot serve us. SB 515 changes that. It let us finally see the truth and act on it. We've seen how powerful that can be. In San Francisco, they used this aggregated data to uncover the Vietnamese and Tongan families who were being left out of city programs. And this also happened in Santa Clara with the Vietnamese communities. What they had to do.
Your time is up, ma'am. Your time is up.
But I was interrupted.
I'll give you 10 more seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll be emailing this because I just think that I was interrupted and wasn't given my fair chance.
Sure.
Thank you.
Please do email it. Thank you.
Next is Annie Ruiz, and to be followed by Charlotte Borlek.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm speaking tonight because I'm unable to attend the meeting on December 2nd because of prior rehearsal commitments, but I felt my voice needed to be heard. My name is Anyani Ruiz, and I'm proud to say that I grew up in the Missouri Street Youth Theater Program under the direction and mentorship of Day Spearing, Kevin Gruhl, and Casey Ellis. I joined the program when I was 12 years old, and I had just moved here to California from Puerto Rico. Longing for a sense of belonging and dreaming of a life on the stage, the moment I joined MSC, my life was forever changed, thanks to the unwavering passion, care, and dedication of Day, Kevin, and Casey. Working under 3 professionals who perform for a living, people who spend their days teaching us and their nights performing on stage, has been a life-changing experience, to say the least. It's the kind of training most young performers only get if they move to Chicago, New York, or San Francisco, but we get it right here in Fairfield because of what Day, Kevin, and Casey have built. Recently, I had the honor of performing in Six in Shrek the Musical, and every time I step on that stage, I'm reminded that there's nowhere else where you can sell out a theater, perform for audiences all over Northern California, and receive the kind of opportunities and recognition we get right here at home. But it's not just the productions that make MSC special, it's the people behind them. And every time, Day, Kevin, and Casey are not just educators, they are role models. When we watch one of Day's TED Talks on YouTube, or see Kevin dance in West Side Story, or listen to Casey soar as the leading lady in The Secret Garden, we see the standard. We see what confidence, discipline, passion look like, and we're inspired to strive for that same level of brilliance and artistry, teaching us that our dreams are not only possible, but they are within reach. Day, Kevin, and Casey have poured their hearts into this community, building a space where young performers can learn, be challenged, grow, and above all, dream. So today, I respectfully urge you to protect the local arts by allowing Day Spearing and the Downtown Theater Foundation for the Arts to continue operating at the Downtown Theater and bringing the magic of musical theater to Northern Californian audiences. Their work uplifts our youth, enriches our community, and keeps the dreams of performers like me and so many alive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Charlotte, to be followed by Joseph Waters. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Charlotte Borlick, and I'm 18 years old. I'm here tonight to speak out for the Downtown Theater because I cannot attend the meeting on December 2nd since I will actually be there for a performance rehearsal, but I felt I needed to speak up for my home. I grew up on the stages of Missouri Street Theater and the Downtown Theater for the last 11 years, and these places didn't just teach me how to perform, but they taught me who I am. I found my confidence, my friends, and my future because of the people in that building. Last summer, I had the privilege of performing in Six the Musical, the regional premiere, right here in Solano County. And opportunities like that only happen because of leaders like Day Sparing, who actually believe in young artists and push us to rise to our highest potential. It is a thrill to be directed by her. It is intense and exciting to be taught by her, and it is joyful to be actually friends with her. And it is an absolute honor to be able to stand on stage and sing beside her. What many people don't realize is how big the youth arts community really is. And just among young performers alone, you could have 2 different young artists show up to every single city council meeting for the rest of most of your terms, and with all stories about how their lives were changed by what happens in that building. And for the young people, the young women in this community, Day is more than a director. She is my role model, and she shows us how to lead with strength and compassion, and how to stand tall, and how to listen, and how to fight for what is right. She has given so many of us the courage to walk into a room and know that our voices matter. And she doesn't do this for applause. If she wanted applause, she would be in Sacramento, SF, or New York. She does this because this is her home and because she gives back to the community that raised her. Someday, she won't be the one standing tall for all of us. One of us will. And when that day comes, we will remember everything that she taught us, to lift others up and lead with kindness and keep creating art that unites the community. No matter what happens with this decision, please understand that the young artists of this community stand with her. We are grateful beyond words for what Day Sparing has built, and we intend to continue the story that she has started. Please protect my home. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Joseph Waters, to be followed by Antonio Lee.
Greetings, council members. My name is Joseph Waters. I'm a resident of the unincorporated area of Green Valley. I come to you today as a representative of the Bay Area Bike Project and coordinator of the Rockville Grumduro to both show our appreciation to the city, its employees that assist us in pulling the event off, and to share with you some of the data that we collected from the event. For those not hip to the term Grumduro, it's a kids-only enduro race where racers ride mountain bikes navigating from stage to stage. But they're only timed on the designated riding portion where the course starts with timers and ends with sensors at the end of the stage. This is typically a downhill heavy race, but as we know in Rockville, you will inevitably end up undulating. We set out to put together this event a little over a year ago. We called both the city and the county until we eventually ended up in Terry Lucchini's voice mailbox. Terry, the former Rockville park ranger, was the first step in making this event a reality. With Terry on board, we were able to get Ken to assist, as well as Gary Sponsler, Ken Radford. Gary supported us with the park-related logistics, and Ken assisted with the maintenance-approved improvements that were needed, gate access, parking, and other related coordination. While a few individuals were involved in getting the permitting started, we still required 15 different signatures for the event. We have little doubt that this process of orchestrating that sign-off in a timely manner would have been extremely difficult was it not for Vikram Singh, the senior planner and Community Development Department. He really was the person who got us through every step and ensured we made it in time for the event. As the inaugural permit through your new permitting system, we were extremely appreciative of Vikram's experience and willingness to help. If we could, we'd like to give Vikram a poster from the event as a keepsake. Hopefully we can probably give it to you, yeah. Thank you. The Bay Area Bike Project is a nonprofit with the mission of getting more kids on bike. The Rockville Grumduro is a great example of how our public access to spaces and organizations can influence children to be more active and explore the rich resources that we have in our community. I think I'm out of time. No? Okay. Yeah, thank you guys. It was a great event.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next is Antonio Lee, to be followed by Gary Jensen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Hi, Antonio.
Hello, Council. My name is Antonio Lee, and I've been involved in the Solano arts community since I was a child. I grew up performing in Missouri Street Theater youth, teen, and adult productions. The life skills I've gained and the tools I learned from Day and the entire downtown theater team have been immeasurable. While some may see theater as intense, which it can be, they prepared me to go into the world and be a leader, artist, and overall good person. Had I not gotten the training and sometimes tough love, I would not have been prepared to graduate with a Bachelor of Music from UC Irvine or work with some of the top choreographers in the world. Since performing in MST Productions, I've gone on to work with Netflix, the CW, Keke Palmer, and many more. I've also produced successful shows in the community, like Fairfield's first drag show, Adrian's Draguation, and now Adrian's Holiday Draguation on November 29th, both held at the Downtown Theater. These were inspired by the need to celebrate the arts, LGBTQ community, and education. With the first event, we gave supplies and raised $1,400 for the Missouri Street Youth Theater and American Canyon Theater Arts. These feats would not be possible without the current leadership that understands the power of our rich, diverse community. When you think about local arts, think about who is innovating and preparing the next generations for success. When I look at the current Missouri Street Theater and Downtown Theater performers, I'm proud to know that my contributions are going towards programs that build up leaders, entrepreneurs, artists, and good people. Let's keep the arts in Fairfield led by people who understand the Fairfield community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Gary Jensen, to be followed by Timothy Walsh.
Hi, my name's Gary Jensen. I'm a retired fireman out of Fairfield. Thankful for your council and all the work you've been doing, especially with the downtown area. I have another problem. It's minor compared to what you're dealing with, but it's about turkeys. We are overrun with turkeys in our neighborhood. Counted 84 one day in one group. 84. The size of it was 2/3 the size of a football field. Yet there was 84 of them. These birds are defecating everywhere. I've had my dog to the vet 3 times recently. Each time it's $175 pop. It's getting ridiculous. My neighbor, he has them sitting on his fence, knocking the fence down. People are coming into the neighborhood, not wanting to run them over. They're laying on their horn. It's getting really out of hand. So I would ask the council to see if they can't address it, and I'd be very appreciative of it, okay?
Did you tell them Thanksgiving's coming up?
Yeah. And
I hear you, I know.
yeah,
I do know.
it's serious. It really
Yeah,
is.
it
And, we joke about Thanksgiving, but, and you can't hurt them, and you don't want to hurt them. I was spraying them, I was spraying them away with the hose, and they say that's a good way of doing it and flagging your arms, but they're getting more aggressive. They came toward my wife the other day, and it scared her. Luckily, it was in the backyard, my dog was there, but it is a serious problem, and I guess you relocated, not cockroaches.
Not cockroaches, not quite, peacocks, yeah.
Peacocks.
Pheasants, was it?
Peacocks.
Peacocks. That's where the
Peafowl.
cockroach came in. Yeah, and I guess you had success with it, so I don't know how they could do it with turkeys and if it's the same type of way of getting rid of them, but I'd really appreciate anything you guys could do for our neighbors and myself.
Yes, Councilman Doug would like to say a word.
I've gotten a few other people curious about that and what we can do about it, and I checked into it, and one of the problems is they're state protected.
Yeah, but did you check on
as a
relocation?
Yeah, exactly. But as a city, there's not a lot we can do with the turkeys. We have to get a hold of the state for that, but I am working on it, and I just wanted to butt in and let you know.
How far are you along with the state?
Well, there was a government shutdown, so I was delayed, but I do understand, and I am trying to see what I can do about it.
The state was shut down?
Well, no, the government was shut down, so it was just
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
thank you,
thank
Gary.
you for
Can
your
I just
attention
make a
to it.
quick comment and say that, excuse me, sir, hello? Hi.
Pam?
Yeah, I am Pam. And
Yeah.
we had a similar situation with peacocks in Rolling Hills, and what the Rolling Hills residents did we all worked together. We had a couple of town hall meetings. We got organized and got people involved in the conversation, and then worked with the city to work out a plan that we can all work with. So I'm saying that to say it's a work in progress in Rolling Hills, but that's what I would encourage you to do.
Yeah, well, I came before council, it's been 6 years ago. You had a different city manager, David was his name. And
No, it isn't. Yeah, so I'm going to stop the comments now.
I'm just going to encourage you to organize with your neighborhood and work with the city to get some help.
Yeah.
So, and that's all I can say for now.
Yeah, well, last time.
Okay, next
the
is
manager
Timothy
didn't
Walsh.
address it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Timothy Walsh. I've been a Fairfield resident for 45 years, courtesy of the Air Force. We live down the street from Gary. Our house, back of it is that big hill. It's called Spyglass Hill. We can work up in the morning, well, usually every morning, I can count 30 turkeys coming down to our fence. 20 is a usual, and 13 are very common. They get on our roof. They've ruined the roof. They have broken my fence. I've had 6 8-foot sections of fence that are demolished. I saw one take off from sitting on the fence. The lattice work just totally crumbled on the ground. They've ruined the top of a gazebo that cost $4,000 several years ago. It's just torn apart. The posts are still there. One thing, though, that's even worse, well, they're in groups. You came back out of your garage, and I think it's a traffic hazard, especially on Burbank Road that crosses ours. They're standing in the middle, and the cars are coming up, and the cars are trying not to hurt the turkeys. They're a menace, and if peacocks can be removed because they're very loud, I think the turkeys that destroy things should be moved. A few weeks ago, our little 2-year-old puppy got sick. We took him to the vet. $900 later, the vet determined he has a liver infection. They gave him, that's pretty serious, you should know, 4 different medications. We think he's better, but in talking to the vet, she asked, well, does he eat anything unusual? Is there anything like turkeys or whatever? Apparently, a lot of the vets in town have this problem, and we should, if you want to work with us, give them a call, or have someone have them call you. The same problem and attribute it to turkey.
Tim, your time is up.
What?
Your time is up.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm speaking to you, but I mean to speak to everybody.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Next is Angela Blanco Vargas, and to be followed by Yvonne Benavidez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Angela Blanco Vargas, and I am here tonight because I am concerned about a group of individuals' comments that were made at November 5th's council meeting during public comment. The comments that I am referring were those directed towards David Rogers Jr. It's important to address these comments as they are unfounded and do not reflect the experiences that many of us have had. I believe the situation deserves the attention and support of this council. Now, if you will, I would like to share my personal story. I am the wife of an active duty military service member. My husband has served for almost 20 years. As many military families feel and experience, it is often difficult to find a sense of community and belonging due to frequent moves and deployments. This is especially true for military children. However, this was not the case with our station to Travis Air Force Base. We first learned of David Rogers Jr. and his work through the after-school enrichment program called Beyond the Bell. Both my girls loved their experience so much that they begged for more. Because of my girls' desire and love for the arts, I began to ask around to research theater companies in Solano County, and the name that repeatedly surfaced was Starbound Theater, in which David Rogers Jr. has served as the managing artistic director for the past 13 years. Since registering my girls for their first live stage production with Starbound Theater, they have gone on to participate in at least 8 additional productions with the company, with cast size numbering 60 to 80 performers. These continually high numbers of participants is telling of Mr. Rogers' ability to attract and retain community interest. Under Mr. Rogers' direction, my daughters have not only gained theatrical skills, but they have also gained life skills such as accountability, commitment, respect, and integrity. But of all these things, Mr. Rogers welcomed my daughters and family and made us feel at home. Tonight, I respectfully ask that the council consider the firsthand experiences shared by families like mine and weigh them more heavily than those unverified remarks made during November 5th's meeting. I respectfully thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Next is Yvonne Benavidez, and to be followed by Kimberly Marshall.
Thank you so much. Hello, council. I'm also here to speak on behalf of David Rogers Jr. and Rogers Creative Enterprises. I'm a professional choreographer and art teaching professional and event coordinator. I met David almost 10 years ago as we were contracted both to work at the Oak Brook Academy of the Arts, where we created some really amazing shows, taught all the kids K through 8, and we also even won a 2020 exemplary in arts education from the state of California. We're very proud of that. Besides working at the school, I've had the honor of collaborating with David on many projects and shows. And what stands aside is the quality and the level of the shows, and then his students, who are so kind and try so hard. There's no favoritism, no cliques. It's a very special, special place to be. He has always treated me kind and professional. He's always paid me my worth, and he's always paid me on time. He inspires me because he has brought art back into the schools, after schools, community theater, and continues to look for different ways to share the arts, which is how he ended up on this project, or hopefully in the project of downtown Fairfield. And we could go over a million stories too of all the kids, because theater does create that. Theater does create speaking. It creates confidence, power. And I do know that I have seen Missouri Street Theater, and they have a wonderful program, and they have wonderful children that cross over from both places. And so I want to say that I found like we have much more in common than we have that's not in common with each other. We would just like to bring a fresh perspective of arts into the downtown theater. And one thing I really was thinking about, because I was here at that meeting when all those things were being said, that possibly we could lose Missouri Street Theater. Missouri Street Theater can continue and will continue with the support. There's just maybe a different management, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Kimberly Marshall.
Good evening, Mayor Moy and council members. My name is Kimberly Marshall. My son Jude has been an active part of the Missouri Street Youth Theater Company for almost 10 years. He's also a member of the competitive a cappella group MIST, which operates under the Missouri Street Theater. He's been at a rehearsal this evening for his a cappella group, so I'm here to speak on his behalf as well as on my own as his mother. I am here to support the Downtown Theater Foundation for the Arts and Day Spearing. I also attended the November 4th City Council meeting, where many people spoke to voice their thoughts regarding the upcoming vote for the management contract of the Downtown Theater. It was very concerning to hear the personal stories shared, and I don't understand how or why the City of Fairfield will continue to move forward with the recommendation of Rogers Creative Enterprises based on this information. I know you, Mayor, and other council members, and there was someone that spoke tonight, have questioned the truth of those statements made at that meeting. This is not a courtroom. We're not we are not required to take an oath promising to be truthful. We're also not being forced to speak. Those that choose to share our experiences here in public do so because we want to. We have honest and true concerns about the future of the downtown theater, the future of the arts in this community, and the future of our friends and children. As members of the City Council, you have agreed to abide by the City of Fairfield Code of Conduct in which you are to act in the public interest for the common good of the people of Fairfield, not Vacaville. And so I would ask you to do your due diligence regarding the recommendation and to consider the ramifications of changing the management of the downtown theater. This vote is not just about who can run a children's theater, it's about who can run a multi-million-dollar downtown entertainment venue that serves more than just the children's theater. That being said, it will affect the Missouri Street Theater, and it will affect the youth that are a part of that theater. They just finished a production this weekend, and they didn't get to know what the next show is coming, because the future is uncertain for them and for their home at the downtown theater. So,
Your time is up.
I would appreciate your absolute concern in fixing this problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I do have some hands raised online as well. Did anyone else wish to speak on public comment? Okay, Valeria, I'm showing 8 hands raised online, but you indicated there were only 3, so I don't know if there's something wrong with my
The
screen deck.
system is not working, so we had 3 people.
Oh, okay. Can you put the first one on?
Yeah, the first one is Audra Walton.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council, public, staff members. I am apologetic because I'm trying to get my screen to work here. I came to say that tonight I'm also celebrating the passage of SB 515. It just became law and applies directly to this city and the entire county. CJEC wrote it, and the Governor Newsom signed it to make sure that every city and county in California, including this one, updates its hiring forms and data systems to create a new category of data collection for people who are descendants of persons enslaved and emancipated from chattel slavery in the U.S. This is historic legislation. For generations, our lineage has been invisible in public data. When everyone's grouped into one big category, it flattens identities and cultures and hides what's really happening. The gaps in housing, income, health, and opportunity that our community lives with every day. The new law changes that. It lets us finally see the truth and act on it. We've seen how powerful this can be. In fact, in San Francisco, when they used disaggregated data to uncover what that Vietnamese and Tongan families were being completely left out of city programs and responded with Vietnamese and Tongan specific resources. Santa Clara County did the same thing, using disaggregated data, health data to target testing, vaccines, and outreach for Vietnamese and Filipino communities. In both examples, the broad AAPI category had to be broken down so the individual needs to specific communities could be seen and addressed. We're here to help our city and county do the same thing for our community, American freedmen, the descendants of people enslaved and emancipated from chattel slavery in the United States. Our CJEC team is a resource, ready to help departments understand the law, update forms. Thank you. Just go to cjec-official.org and blackaf.net for more information.
Yes. Our city attorney has a comment.
So, Madam Mayor, just so you're aware, City Attorney's Office is aware of SB 515, and as you know, we issue advice letters and emails to the council and staff for implementation of new laws. This law does not go into effect until January 1st, 2027, and so we're focused right now on getting information to staff and council on bills that will go into effect January 1st, 2026, but you'll probably get something from this middle of next year to next fall once it starts to be implemented.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Valeria, do you have a Yasmin Abdusami Oakley online?
Yes, one moment.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, everyone.
I am also calling to advocate for SB 515, and I urge the City Council to please look into that when you have time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we will. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is CGAC.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Chris Lobster. I'm actually the lead organizer and advocate with the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, also acting president. I want to thank my colleagues who showed up tonight and in person and, of course, online as well to talk about the bill we wrote, the law we wrote. And I also want to thank Mayor and Council for taking some time to hear us. I'll be quick. I want to take some issue with what your city attorney just said. I think the law takes effect on January 1, 2026. The deadline to implement what the law says is January 1, 2027. So you have between 2026, January 1, and 2027, January 1, to implement what is SB 515. And it will be pretty simple. SB 515 builds on some state work that we did in 2022 that the governor signed. For your city attorney, he can look up section 14 of SB 189 for the original section, and that will help you understand more about what your city and what your county has to do as it concerns SB 515. Last thing, as my colleague said, we are a resource here to help you implement this law. We wrote it, we know it, it's important work. All 538 cities and counties have to do it. And we just want to be here to help you do it and do it right. Real quick, if you could tell me or think about the question that I'm going to ask: how many people in the city of Fairfield are descendants of those who were enslaved in this country? How are the students who are in the Fairfield schools doing who are descendants of those who were enslaved in this country? There is zero answers to that question right now because we have not been counting our people as a specific people. We've been invisible, and this bill changes that. So thank you again. Have a great night, and looking forward to working with you to put this in place.
Thank you, sir.
Valeria, do you have anyone else?
That was the last one. Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much. Okay.
All right, so that's it. Madam Clerk, okay. So we're going to go ahead and move on to new business, and we're going, excuse me? Oh, dang. The consent calendar.
Yes. All matters listed on the consent calendar are to be approved with one motion unless a member of the City Council or the public requests that separate action be taken on a specific item. I don't have any speaker cards for the consent. Did anyone wish to speak on the consent calendar? Okay.
All right, council, any questions on consent or, okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
And second? Okay, and so we need you to do a roll call vote, please.
Yes, and I didn't catch who made the second, sorry. Oh, Scott, thank you. Okay, I'll take roll. Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
Councilmember Panduro?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandhu?
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bertani?
Yes.
And Mayor Moy?
Yes.
Okay, that passed 7-0.
All right. Now we'll move on to new business. Okay. And we'll start with item L2.
L2? Skip L1?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm confused.
We'll do L1 first, sorry.
Okay. L1, new business, Resolution 2025-230, amending terms and conditions for Fairfield Police Officers Association Memorandum of Understanding, amending the terms and conditions of the Memorandum of Understanding for the Fairfield Police Officers Association. And our presenter is Farbode Perusman, our HR Director and Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a short presentation for you on this item, so give me one moment. It's not up there for some reason. Maybe it's, there it is. Oh. Some technical difficulties, my apologies. All right. I have a quick presentation actually for two items, L1 and L2, FPOA and FGMA, but I'll start with the first item, L1. We were able to negotiate a new successor MOU with our labor partners with the Fairfield Police Officers Association. I have a brief outline for the main economic provisions in this for this MOU. As you can see, we have made some changes to different areas in the contract that were of interest to both management and the union. We were able to achieve some long-term cost savings, as you can see in the agenda report. I could get into more details if you have any questions, but mainly we have asked for some elimination of certain premiums for from the FPOA. In exchange, we have provided cash payments for that. We are not providing a COLA increase. That is a huge savings to the city on that. We have enhanced some benefits around sick leave. We've reduced vacation accruals for new hires to be able to achieve some long-term savings in salary and benefits costs for this MOU. I can answer any questions, any specific questions you may have on this item.
Any questions, council? Do we have anybody who wants to speak on this?
I don't have any cards. Did anyone wish to speak on this item? No.
How about online?
Well, my stream deck is wrong because it says 8 hands are raised. Valeria, did
I don't-
anyone wish to speak on L1?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then I will entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2025-230.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Yes, Councilmember Carr?
Aye.
Councilmember Panduro?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandhu?
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bertani?
Yes.
And Mayor Moy?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 7-0. Thank you.
All right, then we'll move to item L2, please.
Yes, L2, Resolution 2025-231, amending terms and conditions for Fairfield General Management Association Memorandum of Understanding. Amending the terms and conditions of the Memorandum of Understanding for the Fairfield General Management Association. And again, our presenter is Farbode Perusman, HR Director and Assistant City Manager.
Thank you. I'm back. Similar to the FPOA MOU, we have also been able to reach an agreement with our the General Management Association. Those are our supervisors and managers that work at the city. We were able to again achieve some longer term savings for some changes to the current MOU. We have given some enhancements to deferred compensation, for example. However, for new employees, we have reduced some of those benefits to be able to achieve the long-term savings. We'll also be providing a cash payment, just like the FPOA. The terms of this cash payment are a little different for FGMA per the request of, per negotiation, I should say. Again, we have made some changes on the vacation accrual rates. We have also eliminated a specific provision in the pension arrangement that does provide longer-term savings as well. So we have been actually very thankful to FGMA for being collaborative with us and have helped us really achieve long-term savings for this specific MOU. And I can answer any questions specifically on the terms we've agreed to.
Any questions from council? All right, any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Anyone wish to speak on this item? No.
And nothing online, I take it also? All right, then I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for Resolution 2025-231.
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Second by the Vice Mayor. A roll call vote, please.
Yes, Councilmember Carr?
Yes.
Councilmember Panduro?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandhu?
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams? Vice Mayor Bertani?
Yes.
And Mayor Moy.
Yes.
Okay, again, it passed 7-0.
All right. So now we are going to do item M1, please.
Yes, item M1, public hearing, ordinance 2025-10, Building Standards Code Adoption, repealing and replacing Chapter 5 of the City of Fairfield Municipal Code, also known as the Building and Housing Code of the City of Fairfield, adopting by reference Title 24 of the 2025 California Code of Regulations, known collectively as the California Building Standards Code, respectively Part 2 California Building Code, Part 2.5 California Residential Building Code, Part 3 California Electrical Code, Part 4 California Mechanical Code, Part 5 California Plumbing Code, Part 6 California Energy Code, Part 7 California Wildland Urban Interface Code, Part 8 California Historical Building Code, Part 9 California Fire Code as amended in Chapter 8 of the City of Fairfield Municipal Code, Part 10 California Existing Building Code, Part 11 California Green Building Standards Code, Cal Green Code, Part 12 California Reference Standards Code, and also adopting the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code and supplementary secondary reference. And our presenter is Jeff Thomas, Chief Building Official. That's a mouthful.
Good job, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. And thank you, Madam City Clerk, for basically doing most of what I have to do. I know you guys have a really busy schedule tonight, so I'll get right to it. There's basically not much has changed in the code this year. I'll just highlight one thing really quick, and most of you may know that the city now has some high fire areas in it that will affect some construction standards, mostly in the northern portions of the city limits. So with that, I'll turn it back to council with any questions and ask that you open the public hearing and approve adoption of the ordinance adopting the building standards codes, also known as Chapter 5 of the City of Fairfield Municipal Code.
All righty. I will open the public hearing.
Okay. I don't have any speaker cards. Did anyone wish to speak on this item? Okay, no.
Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Any questions or comments? All right, then I will entertain a motion to approve the second reading of ordinance 2025-10.
So moved.
Moved by the Vice Mayor,
Second.
Yes.
second by Councilman Doug.
And I'll take roll call. Councilmember Carr?
Yes.
Councilmember Panduro?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandhu?
Yes.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bertani?
Yes.
And Mayor Moy.
Yes.
Okay, carried 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
And now item M2, ordinance 2025-11, Fire Code Amendments, amending Chapter 8, Fire Protection of the Fairfield City Code, adopting by reference California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 7, Part 9, known as the 2025 California Fire Code, with amendments to reflect local conditions and adopting by reference certain provisions of the 2024 International Fire Code. And our presenter is Stephen Conti, our Fire Marshal.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, esteemed council. I'll be brief and short. I'm here again also for the second reading, public comment, and your blessing to adopt our new code starting January 1st to continue our city to be safe and moving forward in the fire protection world.
Well, thank you. I will open the public hearing.
Again, I don't have any speaker cards. Did anyone wish to speak on this item? No? Okay.
I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Any questions or comments, council? Oh, okay. I will entertain a motion for the second reading of ordinance 2025-11. Move.
Second.
Second by the vice mayor. Roll call, please. Roll call
Councilmember
vote.
Carr?
Yes.
Councilmember Panduro?
Yes.
Councilmember Santu?
Looks like he stepped away.
We'll come back to him. Councilmember Tonneson?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bertani?
Yes.
And Mayor Moy?
Yes.
And Councilmember Santu, are you there? Okay. I'll just mark him absent. He probably stepped away for a minute. And then item M3 is going to be continued to a future meeting.
Thank you. Safe and happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you. So now we'll move on to item L3. Before we do that, I want to ask the council, does anybody need a break before we go? You do? Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. Always, Madam Clerk, you're the queen here. we're going to have a presentation from staff, and then we are going to have anybody who wants to speak come up and speak. And I'm going to ask you all to be kind to your neighbors, whether you disagree with them or you love what they're saying, because we are still one family. That's the way I see it in Fairfield. And so that's it. That's all I'm going to preach about. I'll zip it now. All right.
Can
Go
I say
ahead.
one thing, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Hopefully, the presentation by the city will, I mean, we've all heard the presentation numerous times, so hopefully it'll be brief to the point so that we can get down to business and hear from these residents. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Item L3, Resolution 2025-232, Agreements for the Vista Ridge Motel Conversion, approving the loan agreement and regulatory agreement between City of Fairfield and Fairfield North Texas Street LLC, Community Revitalization and Development Corporation, and Danco Communities, and approving the standard agreement between City of Fairfield and the California Housing and Community Development Department to support the rehabilitation of the property located at 3331 North Texas Street, Vista Ridge. And our presenter is LaTanya Terrones, Housing Project Manager.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for this opportunity tonight. Okay. So just to recap on the project, so the proposed project is led by the Danco Group. It involves the conversion of an existing 100-room hotel into 51 residential units, which will include 48 one-bedroom units, 2 studio units, and 1 on-site manager's unit. The property is currently operating as a motel and will be rehabilitated to meet residential standards and converted to permanent supportive housing designed to serve individuals who have experienced homelessness or at risk of homelessness. The target population for this project is behavioral health clients who are homeless or at risk of homelessness and are referred through Solano County Behavioral Health. These individuals are often those who face significant challenges and barriers to stable housing, but they can thrive in stable housing and with on-site supportive services. The priority for this particular project, the residents, Fairfield residents who are eligible through the county's coordinated entry system will receive first priority for available units. This prioritization ensures that individuals with local ties to the community have access to supportive housing within their home city. At least 10 of the units will be reserved for veterans who meet the same eligibility criteria. The city will make every concerted effort to fill the 10 units with veterans to meet these preferences. Next, I'd like to walk you through how individuals will be referred to the Vista Ridge project and how we ensure that the process is fair, transparent, and aligned with our community's needs. Our first priority is to ensure that Fairfield residents are served. When we say Fairfield residents will be prioritized, we mean that individuals who are currently unhoused in the city of Fairfield. Currently, there are 428 Fairfield residents that are confirmed as unhoused and listed in the housing queue. The housing queue is the county's coordinated system for tracking who is unhoused, where they are located, and how long they have been without stable housing. The system allows us to evaluate the need with precision and ensures that our referrals are equitable and data-driven. At this time, the Fairfield residents on the list go back as far as December of 2008. And for the veterans prioritization, veterans remain a national and local priority for housing, and Solano County is fully aligned with this focus. At present, we have 10 unhoused veterans on the housing queue who will receive priority consideration at Vista Ridge. To support this commitment, 10 units will be designated for veterans under the Veterans Preference, and this preference will be formally embedded in the housing assistance payment contract for this property. This ensures that the priority is not only expressed in policy, but also through contractual obligation. Just really brief, I want to clarify how services at the Vista Ridge project will operate. As a reminder, this is not an assisted living facility, but it is a permanent housing property with robust on-site supportive services designed to help residents maintain stability and improve their overall well-being. These services include access to healthcare, case management, and life skills programs, each provided by trained, qualified professionals. To deliver these services, the developer has partnered with Kaminar, which serves as Solano County's coordinated entry provider. Every household at Vista Ridge will have access to Kaminar's comprehensive case management services. To meet this commitment, Kaminar will staff the site with 2.5 full-time equivalent team members dedicated exclusively to Vista Ridge. This on-site presence ensures residents have consistent, timely access to services that support the structure, to ensure that the structure remains strong and responsive to the community needs. In an effort to support this project, the city has committed $1.5 million in funding to this project. More than $1 million of these funds come from grants that the city has received from HCD to support affordable housing. Of that, $1 million comes from the Local Housing Trust Fund, the state's Local Housing Trust Fund program, which is a matching grant administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development. It provides a dollar-for-dollar match to local housing trust funds that are already generating revenue streams. The next, the Pro-Housing Incentive Program funds. The city has committed $535,541 in these funds. These funds also are administered by HCD and aim to reward jurisdictions that earn the pro-housing designation for adopting policies that streamline housing production. The funds are designated to finance efforts and initiatives to increase affordable housing. Lastly, the city has committed 50 project-based vouchers to support the rental assistance for this vulnerable population. Project-based vouchers are part of HUD's Housing Choice Voucher program system. But unlike tenant-based vouchers, they are tied to specific housing units administered by the local housing authority. The owner will enter into a 20-year agreement to receive the housing subsidies on this property. The rents received on the property will support the ongoing operations for the project. The initial year of rental subsidy will be just over $1 million. Here we have just a timeline of the dates of the project approvals and public engagement that has taken place on this project since January of 2025 up through today's council meeting. And briefly, I would like to walk you through the loan agreement. So the financing package for Vista Ridge is $23,071,081, with $21.5 million of that coming from Home Key Plus funds. This represents the overwhelming majority of the project's capital and underscores the state's investment in bringing high-quality, affordable housing to Fairfield. The loan will be structured as a residual receipts loan, which means repayment occurs only after the project's operating expenses and senior debt obligations are covered. This structure is intentional. It protects the long-term financial health of the project and ensures that affordability remains stable for decades. All loan proceeds are restricted solely to acquisition and rehabilitation costs. This ensures that every dollar directly supports the creation and improvement of permanent housing units in full alignment with the state program requirements. The loan will carry a 55-year term, which is consistent with long-term affordability covenants required for publicly funded housing developments. It will accrue simple interest at 3%, a rate designed to maintain fiscal responsibility while keeping the project financially feasible over the long term. And finally, the funds will be dispersed in phases tied directly to project milestones and verified construction progress. This phased approach ensures strict accountability and safeguards the proper use of all public funds.
Sorry, LaTanya, did you skip over page 6?
No, the page 6 is the project timeline.
Okay, thank you.
I went over that. Okay, and so we'll also go over the subordination agreement. The importance of the subordination agreement, first, is to clearly establish lien priority. The subordination agreement protects the public investment made through the Home Key program. This ensures that regardless of any future changes in ownership or financing, the Home Key affordability requirements remain fully enforceable. In other words, the long-term use of this property as supportive housing is safeguarded. This agreement is essentially enabling the project to move forward with both construction financing and permanent financing while staying in full compliance with state Home Key regulations. It represents a coordinated effort between the state, the city, the lender, and the developer to align the financing structure and support long-term housing stability for the target population. The subordination agreement also defines the lien priority and the roles of the key parties involved. This clarity ensures that all parties share a consistent understanding of repayment order and enforcement rights if the property were ever sold or otherwise transferred. Ultimately, the subordination agreement reflects a partnership and trust between the public and private sectors, and it's a critical step in ensuring the successful conversion of the motel into long-term supportive housing. City and state funding will be accompanied with long-term regulatory restrictions that subjects the developer to ongoing monitoring, maintenance of property standards, affordability requirements, and good property management strategies. And so the city will enter into a regulatory agreement with the developer. And some of the key items in that regulatory include, it's not limited to, but it will include, the facility must remain a permanent supportive housing. It can never be transient or used as shelter housing. The rent must remain affordable to low-income residents. The site must maintain competent site management subject to the city's approval. The site will also be subject to annual compliance and monitoring of affordability, site conditions, and effective management. They must comply with the Fairfield PD's code compliance and be consistent with crime-free environmental conditions. The site interior and exterior conditions must remain decent, safe, and habitable, and site operational practices must be compliant with both state and federal requirements. The city of Fairfield will be a signatory to this agreement to ensure local oversight and alignment with both state objectives and community needs. And so the recommended action, we are requesting for you to approve the resolution that will allow us to approve the loan agreement and regulatory agreement between the city of Fairfield and Fairfield North Texas Street LLC, Community Revitalization and Development Corporation, and Danko Communities, and approve the standard agreement between the city of Fairfield and HCD to support the rehabilitation of the property located at 3331 North Texas Street, also known as Vista Ridge. I am here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, did you want to hear first from the folks? All right, so that's what we're going to do, and we may have some questions later, okay?
Sure thing.
Thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, you're on.
Okay. First is Cynthia Garcia, to be followed by Jeanne M.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Garcia, and I am a resident of the district in which this project is sited. I'm also a longtime member of the Fairfield Sassoon Rotary Club, and I am someone who works in the justice system with mentally ill and people suffering from addiction. So I'm coming at this project from a variety of different viewpoints. As a Rotarian, we have a district-wide effort dealing with the unhoused, and I want to recognize City Manager David Gassaway as a key member of that team addressing the unhoused situation. And I think his leadership demonstrates how much he cares about this issue, and he works very hard on this. So I want to thank you for that work. And I also want to recognize the staff people here who've really worked hard on a very hard project, LaTanya Taronas. And I also want to acknowledge Sam Burrows, who I see at the Homeless Roundtable, and I see how this city prioritizes addressing the unhoused and the crisis it has presented in our city. And I think it's very important to kind of go back to the fact that this city has had many community processes where the residents could chip in their opinions
And it's led to the development of our city general plan, it's led to the development of our housing element. And in those documents, this city has agreed, our council has voted, that we are going to do something with North Texas Street, and that what was traditionally a commercial corridor is going to have housing, and we're looking at higher density housing on North Texas Street. And it also said in those documents that we are going to address the unhoused. They're going to be a key focus of this city. This project does those things. It addresses the homelessness in the city. It addresses density of housing on North Texas Street. I'm in support of this project. I live in this neighborhood. I shop in that area. Those are my stores, my restaurants, my gas station. I walk to that Starbucks. Well, not recently, but I have. And I have seen... Your time is up. Oh, just 1 minute? Oh, no, 2 minutes.
Dang.
Well, I support the project. Do your job. Vote for something for this city. Thank you. Let's not, please, let's not do that. Thank you. Next.
Next is Jean or Jeanne M. Is that you?
It's me, Deanna Moore.
No,
No,
it's with a J.
I wasn't expecting to come up so soon, so please don't boo me. I'm not Beyonce, but, and I know I'm going to disagree with the majority of the people here, but, you know, let's be kind to each other. Unless someone has a roster of the residents who will be having permanent residency, no one here is clairvoyant. And there's been a lot of misinformation that's been put out there in terms of who these people are. And one of the big things that has been put out there is describing people as sexual offenders. First of all, Danco, as well as Kaminar and some of the other agencies, spoke to the whole issue in terms of who these residents are. A lot of these people have been vetted. A lot of these people have been in this community for a long time. A lot of them are veterans, and as a veteran family, myself, and as a person who has worked from the day we set foot in this community at Travis Air Force Base, we have worked with the unhoused. We've worked with women who are victims of human trafficking, and also I was involved with doing the unhoused count. And let's say, it's very important for us to understand that over 40-something% of the people out here who are unhoused are older people. And it's really, really sad. And there are people who are not running around, urinating on themselves. There are people who work in your Walmart and who work in the kitchens. And there are people in this room right here who are unhoused and who are living in their cars and so forth, and who are contributing members of this community. There are two big concerns, and I get it. One is in terms of service, and one is in terms of safety. And those issues have been addressed by...
Your time is up, ma'am.
Oh, okay, and thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And I would ask you to vote yes. Thank you.
Next is Rosalind Reed, to be followed by Lisa Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor Moy, Vice Mayor Bertani, council members. I suggest that you vote no, but I'm yielding my time to Carol. Okay? No. Vote no.
Okay, great, that's the first one. Okay. Can we do Lisa first? I'll start. Yeah, I'll just go. All right, here we go. I'm Carol Haddock. Most of you know me who have come to these meetings. And there's a large group of people from District 4 and around Dover. We call ourselves Citizens Against Vista Ridge. We found out about this last July.
and just started the engine moving and finding out what this was. We asked the city to vote no and kill this project because, number one, we object to Home Key Plus at Vista Ridge. It brings in severely mentally ill and drug addicts into a small neighborhood who are allowed to continue using illegal drugs and to refuse mental health care. The overwhelming majority of studies from independent research groups across the country is that Housing First does not work and it is a failure. In fact, we could not find one that said it was a success. And if you look at the ones in Southern California, it says 77% of them are not working. It says, 2, we believe it will harm the nearby businesses and they will close or relocate if profits suffer. 3rd, our residents and businesses have valid concerns for their safety and that of their children and their customers, and we've heard that over and over. 4, we also have serious concerns about the lack of oversight over Danco and the hotel owners regarding the acquisition of the hotel and the construction costs. Taxpayer dollars must not be abused, and we'll get into some details down the way. 5, we believe, it's going up, the city has not been transparent or provided proper notification of what this project is, given the length of the commitment since January, and we have details on that we can't go into tonight. Finally, who will be housed at Vista Ridge? It's a Home Key Plus, which says that only severely mentally ill and homeless addicted to drugs will be there. There is absolutely no funding from HCD in California for veterans at all, 0. It just happens to be if someone that is severely mentally ill or addicted to drugs is a veteran in their past, the city will claim that. Now, it's amazing now that we have 10, but the last meeting you only had 3. Where did these people come from? I don't know how you found them. Say, if they happen to be a sex offender, we can only hope we're informed, but the same thing, because you can't be a violent sex offender, but you could be a lower form of sex offender, and you could be there over the 55 years. So we think there should be a sober living first requirement for housing, and not housing first, and then see if they get sober. Let's go to location. We disagree with the location within a vibrant commercial community. A facility like this should never have been planned next door to 2 children's dentistries and the heavily trafficked Family Restaurant Texas Roadhouse. Their business will suffer and is suffering. There are 2 schools nearby and children at the nearby shopping center, apartments, and North Texas Street. I talked to the apartment managers. They're horrified about this. This tenant population does not have the income to shop at Raley's or CVS. We figured based on the $1,500 of rent and the vouchers, they have about $24 a day around the year to pay for their utilities, pay for their food, pay for their cigarettes, pay for their alcohol, drug of choice, clothing, whatsoever. They're not going to shop in 3331 North Texas Street area. They will be going to Walmart, Food for Less, and the food bank. Is it up? No. The location for the services is downtown and it's miles away, and there's no bus service. They have to walk down to Walmart to get it. So, let's see, 27 seconds. Safety, we'll get into that here. Police anticipate increased calls for service and have also stated that the population often does not come forward and help with investigations, nor do they report crimes as they don't trust the police. I'm going to be up, so I'll come back.
Time is up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I misunderstood, and I doubled your time, and now you said you're going to be up again. Okay.
No.
Okay, but
No,
I already
no.
gave 4 minutes.
No.
I gave you her 2 minutes
no.
plus your own 2.
No.
Okay.
Carol, you can only speak once.
So they can't give me their minutes?
No. No. They just need to come up and speak themselves.
Okay, the next speaker is Lisa Murphy.
I've never done that as mayor. Mhm. Hold on just a second. I want to talk to the city attorney. So anybody who's ceded their time can take it back to make sure that you can come up and speak. Everybody will have 2 minutes to speak, okay?
You can just read what I have.
Okay, the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lisa Murphy, to be followed by J.D. Hatchett.
Good evening, Mayor Moy, Vice Mayor Bertani, council members, City Manager Gasaway, and City Attorney Lim. As Fairfield is a proud home to Travis Air Force Base and thousands of veterans who have valiantly served our country, it is shameful to see that veterans have been used to promote the Vista Ridge project. As a result of information obtained from Public Records Act requests to the City of Fairfield, it is clear from emails that since April of 2025, the city knew that no veterans vouchers were available. Yet the city continued to use veterans in social media posts to gaslight the public. As the daughter of a veteran who served in 2 wars and with family members who served in Iraq during Operation Iraqi Freedom, it is not only offensive that the city has chosen this strategy, but is also a serious breach of trust between city government and community members. California's Home Key program is not a success. In fact, it is a significant part of the homeless industrial complex that enriches motel owners, developers, and service providers while leaving cities at serious financial risk, communities in decline, and concerning strains on police and fire services. Throughout this Vista Ridge debacle, there has been no talk about the dangers to our police officers and firefighters who will have to engage with individuals experiencing a mental health crisis while very likely under the influence of drugs and/or alcohol. These dangers are very real and pose a great threat to first responders. It is incomprehensible why this city even began this process with the state to literally invite more crime and decline into Fairfield. To place 50 individuals with serious mental health issues into a concentrated area, allow them to have friends in their units, which we know they will, and not have any legal mandate for them to not use drugs or alcohol is literally a recipe for disaster.
Your time is up.
Finally, information obtained via Public Records Act request clearly illuminates that the city has been working with Danco's public relations team to strategize community engagement meetings to sell the project. The vision for the county seat city must be better than this. Since Solano County has never been a good neighbor to Fairfield, perhaps this type of project can be placed in their jurisdiction, and we can still charge them a bad neighbor tax. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is J.D. Hatchett. I'm the chairman for Solano County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. This matter has come up in front of my board several times over the year, and I, as well as the Solano County Behavioral Health Advisory Board, do support the Vista Ridge project. Thank you.
Next is Angela Johnson, to be followed by Rick Johnson.
I would say de facto, the city clerk already did allow another speaker to give their time. Hello, city council members, mayor, vice mayor. My family came here in 1974. I met my husband at Sac State. We've raised children here. They swore they would never live in Fairfield. Most of them do. They're also raising their children here. As a mother and grandmother, I'm gravely concerned. Mental health is a huge crisis in this country, and it's not been well handled. But to be embarking on a project that has had such little time and exposure to the community, and as you can see from the vote no on Vista Ridge signs, you've got more support against it than you do for it. I was downtown Fairfield for the Fairfield Pass. I don't recall what it was named a few months ago. And I'm still so saddened by, after all these decades living here, the downtown area still looking very poor. And it's embarrassing. You know, when we have people come visit, we go to other communities. There's just been such a lack of oversight and financial responsibility. My husband has poured years into the LLMD, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. There was such mismanagement in that. And then the landscaping. And I just urge you, give this greater consideration. You have a huge responsibility to the citizens of this city. We pour millions of tax dollars into here as homeowners. I choose to live here. Years ago, I wanted to flee, but my husband's talked reason that this is our community and our children live here and our grandchildren. So here we are until our dying breath. And I just urge you to be responsible, physically responsible. That is what you were voted in to do, and you can be voted out
Time is
if
up.
you don't.
Next is Rick Johnson, to be followed by Sue Campbell.
Thank you. You guys have a very tough job. But I think we've learned some things in the last few years, that we have to do things properly. We need to communicate them clearly. We need to make sure everybody's on board in a way that gets everybody involved and supporting it. People will support this. I want to support people who have mental problems. There are mental problems all around the family that I grew up in, and we need to do the right thing. We need to do it the right way. We need to take care of the safety of everyone, the safety of those who are homeless. That needs to be well taken care of, but it needs to be done in a way that protects not only them, but the community. And we have not done a good job of a city of communicating all the pieces of this. It's come piecemeal. And we've seen piecemeal in the California Forever, and that left such a bad taste in everybody's mouth because they didn't feel that it was done openly and honestly. And we're very close to that in this situation. I'm not saying to that degree, but the safety that people need to feel. This is the reason why people are primarily here. These aren't people who hate homeless people. These are people who have compassion, but they also fear in a safety situation. This is a public safety issue, and it's almost the third rail in government when you're dealing with challenging people's feeling of safety in their community. And take time. We have not taken the time, and there's been many stopgap measures that have answered the issues, some of the issues that have been raised. But take your time. You don't need to say yes. You can say no tonight. You can move forward. There's $2.6 billion that the state has to issue. We do not need to do this right away, and we don't need to just do something. We need to do something correctly and safely. Thank you.
Next is Sue Campbell, to be followed by Jerry Woodrick.
Councilman, thank you for giving me my time back. I'm looking at several people on this council that shouldn't even be voting tonight because they have vested interest in this. And I don't know why you, the city attorney, hasn't told them this, and you, David, haven't told them this. That's number one. Number two, I want to ask you this question. These people, I am a property manager. I have swept more needles out of parking lots than you can hope to ever see. This place will be boarded in a week, I promise you, because you're not telling the truth about who's going to move in here. They have to have serious mental issues. They can be drug addicts and still take their drugs, for God's sakes. I want to know it. I want every one of you to think this. And by the way, Kate Patrice, you never answer my emails anymore. Well, I didn't see it, okay? I don't know why you're in this, but it's a lot of money. And what this thing should be before it's housing first. People move into a house and all of a sudden, miraculously, they're cleaned up and everything's beautiful. That's not the way it's happened. I've watched this go on over and over and over. It's going to be boarded within the month. You will have a 55-year obligation that you're going to put these people through. And the other thing, look at these people. Look at these people. And this stuff you put out. This report you put out is fraught with misinformation. You are like Gavin Newsom. The only thing he has to run on now. The only thing
Hey, Sue. Hold on. I'm asking everybody for respect. Sue, your opinion matters, and I know the city council wants to hear it. But I'm asking for, there's nothing fraudulent.
There are no veterans in this.
There's
You're
nothing
using
fraudulent.
veterans as he uses Trump because you have nothing else to say. Now, my question to you tonight before you make this vote, and I swear to God, I'm not giving up on this because this isn't going to work. When did these people sitting here
Sue, your time is up.
become less important than the drug addicts laying on the street?
Please take your seats. Please take your seats.
Excuse me.
Sure.
Yeah, I've been on the council about 3 years now, and I've never seen a mayor or you allow any of this stuff like this to take place. And I'm wondering why you would tonight.
What? What part? What part, Councilman?
I'm sorry?
What part?
The crowd interact in a rude way to speakers, to you, to our staff.
Have you not heard me gaveling and asking
Not.
me to sit down? Well, listen up, okay? Thank you for your comments. Next. Yes, Vice Mayor?
And I would just say that I have never seen a project of this magnitude and interest this intense from the city. And I've been on the council more than 3 years. So maybe the reason you haven't seen it is because neither have I. I've never seen anything like this in the city. I've never seen a project. And so it's intense. It's intense, but we need to be respectful to each other. We need to listen to each other. But to answer your question, I've never seen anything like it either because it's never happened in the city of Fairfield until right now. That's why you haven't seen it.
Next speaker, please.
Okay. Next speaker is William Gant, to be followed by Richard Fossen.
I'm really upset at my elected officials. The people who are paying the bills, you have no respect for. I pay property tax. I've been living in Paradise Valley for 25 years.
Hey.
Come on.
I'm a retired federal employee, air traffic controller, military, and you are disrespecting me to the utmost. I'm considering putting my house up for sale because you didn't ask me anything about this. And I'm paying for it. You are very disrespectful. How can you just try to slide something like this up under us? And you said you've never seen this. I got a $900,000 investment. This is why we pissed off. Tell me when my time's up. And let me, by show of your hands, who voted yes for this so far? What for? Okay. So that's why you want it. You getting paid some kind of way. Yeah. You don't live near me. I live in Paradise Valley.
All right.
No,
Let him speak.
I live in Paradise Valley. You are messing up my #1 financial investment in my life, except for the stock market. And you raising your hand like you just don't give a damn.
All right, your time is up, sir. Thank you. We heard you.
He said it to him.
Did you say that, sir? Okay. All right.
It's been pretty brutal.
Yes.
Are you
quiet, please, so the speaker can.
I tried to look
Sir,
at this.
I'm sorry. What's your name?
Please, let him speak.
I tried to look at this more of a financial issue and see how it's affecting this city. And so in the past few days, I've read through the contract, which you may be voting on tonight to go forward, and it scares me. It scares the hell out of me. What I can, and I may be wrong on this stuff. By the way, I'm Richard Fawson. I've been in this city for 50 years. We've been given a grant, I believe, for $21 million. And according to the contract, it looked to me like we're going to make that as a loan to the Fairfield, North Texas Doodad Group and the Danco Group. And we're going to give them that to them for 3%. I think she had mentioned that. And they can keep that for up to 55 years. Who in their Sam Hill would obligate a city to anything for 55 years? And as I was reading, if I'm correct, it said a minimum of 20 years. You ought to put it in there for a minimum of 2 years. Let's try it for 2 years and see how it goes. And then maybe we extend it after that. But this is frightening to too many people. However, there's some good news. It says it's going to operate as a crime-free community, prohibiting residents from engaging in criminal activity or drug use not permitted by law. And to do that, there's going to be 24-hour on-site security and property management services to maintain the address as it should be. Well, la-di-da. All right, who is going to fund the 24-hour service? The police said they're not going to be out there. There's a security room that's going to be available, according to this the documents. And so who's going to pay for that? Is that part of the $21 million? My time's up.
Your time's up.
I'm sorry, I got more
Hey, you're
stuff.
the first one who said it tonight. That was good. Do you want to be our timer? No. Thank you, Richard. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Deanna Murad, to be followed by June Johnson.
Good evening. Well, today I'd like address four council members who voted yes consistently on this project: Williams, Tonneson, Carr, and Panduro. Interesting, on October 22nd, a town hall meeting, I've learned that city management have not provided sufficient information to city council. And knowing the law, it is a responsibility of city management to disseminate information to everyone equally within the council. Therefore, I conclude if that particular person have not received the information on pertaining to this 55 years, no operating cost, 25, 28, whatever $1 million, if that person did not receive, neither have you. And so you perhaps have not had that information, and yet you voted yes. And then, let's say for a moment, consider that in fact they did receive the information. I don't know. I really don't know. It's been going on since January of this year, and we still don't know what had happened. So let's presume for a moment you knew everything perfectly well, and you knew the impact it will make on the city, and still you voted yes. So my question to you, is this a negligence on your part? Or is this a particular interest that you have? I have no answers to these questions. You do. Look inside at yourself and think, why did you make that decision? Why did you vote it yes? Because
your time is up.
No one will forget how you voted, and we will remember what you did and the impact you made in our community.
Next is June Johnson, to be followed by Les Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Maury, Vice Mayor, and Fairfield City Council members, not district council members. I want to start, Doug, by telling you you've never seen anything like this. I've lived in Fairfield for 60 years. I've never seen a council consider anything like this. First, I want to acknowledge the importance of addressing homelessness and supporting individuals with mental health and addiction challenges. These are real issues. And as a community, we all want solutions that are compassionate and effective. However, I am strongly opposed to the Vista Ridge project. My concern is not about helping people, it's about the location. This corridor is a major gateway to Fairfield, surrounded by homes and thriving businesses. Placing a permanent supportive housing facility here raises serious concerns about safety, economic impact, and the image of our city. The city recently launched a business retention and expansion program to keep businesses in Fairfield and encourage growth. Approving this project in a key commercial corridor directly contradicts that effort. Businesses will not want to remain in the area where they anticipate increased challenges related to drug addiction and mental illness. We risk losing the very businesses you all are trying to retain. If this project is approved, many of us are prepared to take legal action and launch a petition to overturn the decision. We are committed financially to working together for a solution that meets everyone's needs without sacrificing the safety and vitality of our neighborhoods and business corridors. We are concerned about a potential conflict of interest with Councilmember Carr and Councilmember Williams.
Your time
I think
is
if
up.
there's a shadow of a doubt, you should recuse yourself. Thank you.
Next is Les Johnson, to be followed by Sally Griffith.
My name is Les Johnson. I've been a resident of Fairfield for only 40 years. I'm a veteran, and I really appreciate you reaching out to veterans, but they have to be severely mentally challenged or addicted to qualify to live in this apartment. It's not the place for my brothers and sisters who are ill. It's not the place for anybody who has got these illnesses, because there's no requirement for them to seek the help that they need here. They need professionals to help them with their challenges, and they're not required to get it. That's my first point. It's going to be just a waste, because it's not going to help anybody. Beyond that, there's no crosswalk between the apartments and Rayleigh's or in that shopping center. You are going to have to put in a signal light and a crosswalk and stripe it and put in handicap ramps with pedestrian push buttons to the tune of $300,000, David? I think that's what they might cost. In addition, you're going to have to maintain it for another $5,000 to $10,000 a year, and the electricity is going to cost $1,500 a year. I don't know if Home Key is going to pay for that. In closing, there are better places for this effort. If you have to do this, allow people to live in an apartment with no mental health facilities required of them.
Your time is up.
I understand.
Sally Griffith, to be followed by Steve Vansel.
All right. Hello, my name is Sally Griffith, and I have lived here in Fairfield about half my life, Solano County my whole life. And I am a mother, I'm a wife, I'm an employee, I'm an advocate, and I'm a student. And I'll get right to it. For 10 years, I failed at picking up the pieces of my life. Not strict judgments, not strict requirements, not chasing me or chastising me for everything wrong with me, not psychiatric holds, not jail cells, not program after program, not anybody thinking they knew what I needed when they've never lived a day in my life, never a day in my body, with my hopes, with my goals, with my dreams, with my feelings ever helped me succeed. What helped me succeed? Was safe, stable housing where I had access to support when I needed it to get where I was going with my goals. Sounds a lot like permanent supportive housing, doesn't it? So without that, I would still be a problem. Instead, 10 years later, I'm doing all these amazing things, and my children are following in my footsteps, getting their higher education, they're flourishing, and they are actually following in my footsteps with following their hearts and supporting their peers. And so what I'm saying is offering choices like Vista Ridge or not has ripple effects. Putting a price tag over a human life has a ripple effect. And so thank you for the members that have been continuously voting for human life, and for those members of our community who have been constantly saying all these things why Fairfield does not need it. Just so you know, Fairfield does have permanent supportive housing already, and offering more. I get to watch people that I know move into these and flourish and continue to find stability. Thank you, Fairfield.
Thank you.
Next is Steve Vansel, to be followed by Dr. Tacey Rogers.
Thank you. Funding for this item tonight comes from last year's Proposition 1. We seem to have already forgotten that it promoted housing for homeless veterans and was also criticized for giving up local control to the state. It passed last year by the very slim margin, 50.18%, by 0.18%. That's about the number of people in each of your districts. It created over $1 billion for veterans housing, slightly less than that for the rest of the population. Clearly, half of the support should be going to veterans housing. We have only 10. It also had $4 billion for mental health and wraparound services. Cal Meadows reported all the way back in June that half of that money has already been spent. LA County itself has taken $1 billion. Tonight, you are deciding on giving up local control and assuming liability via state requirements for, I think, it's 55 years. It would be amazing if we received $21 million from the state in our own terms. That would be absolutely outstanding. Our local profits and faith-based groups would be right at work, the ones that we know. But most of the $23 million, when we include our own money, will go to two entities. One is the current property owners, who I might suggest are being rewarded for a little bit less than responsible ownership. And two is a limited liability corporation that shields Danco, but will certainly pass on benefits. I might ask, is North Texas Street LLC here tonight? I don't see him. We are left on the hook. The long-term operations means finding money for decades, as many people have talked about. But please understand that you're not voting on whether or not Fairfield is assuming long-term reliability on this site. Entering this agreement from the state's perspective also means that Fairfield, not the county, not Kaminar, is ultimately responsible to find and provide mental health and rehab services for a very long time. We have to cover the shortfalls. And I also have to ask again, as I did before, we created the Cap Solano Agency to address homelessness and work issues. I don't see this anywhere in their action plan. They are a joint powers authority. They can apply for grants. They probably have a higher priority for grants than we have.
Your time is up, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Tacey Rogers, to be followed by Nora Dizon.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Dr. Tacey Rogers. I'm a public school employee here in the city of Fairfield, and I speak on behalf of myself, not on behalf of any of the agencies where I'm employed. I'm a proud resident of District 5. Thank you, Councilmember Penduro. And as a believer in my heart and my nature, my belief is based on scripture and that we are to share our food with the hungry and give shelter to the homeless. I do believe that we have a responsibility to serve those in our community who are unhoused. We cannot continue with our lives without ensuring that those who are in need are supplied with those needs, especially when we have the ability to do so. I'm most concerned with the fidelity of implementation, and when I was reviewing the agenda report, thank you for the thorough report from the city manager, what was noted as reference to tenant income as a way to cover operating costs, it seems that, and it also notes that the project will not operate as assisted living facility, but will provide on-site supportive services, including healthcare, access, case management, and life skill programs provided by qualified service providers. There's an implication that those resources require funding, and the reference to 2.5 FTE, it's not clear to me how 2.5 FTE can provide all of those services for the duration of the loan, especially for 51 residents. What if their families, like understanding that. I think that the funding plan should include contingencies and should be disclosed, especially in the event that taxpayers might be responsible, and ensuring that there is equitable identification of qualified tenants as referred by county behavioral health, and perhaps consider evaluation periods throughout the life of the loan. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next is Nora Dizon, to be followed by Jerry Raycraft. Raycraft.
Good evening, Mayor Moy, City Council members. I will try to hit on different aspects that I hope you will truly consider. I don't live in Paradise Valley. I don't live in that part of the city. I'm all the way in Cordelia, the Cordelia Green Valley area. But I am here because this project, in my opinion, is a serious danger to the financial condition of the city. You've got a project that is supposed to run for 55 years, and the source of funding for operations is supposed to be Section 8 vouchers, which currently the federal government is trying to bring down to zero, switch it over to the state to manage. How long is it going to take for the state to create a usable system that provides the same kind of benefits? And will the state take a cut? Will the benefits be the same as what the federal government gives? I mean, why would we take such a gamble, such a risk for the future of the city of Fairfield? So I'm ignoring all the other aspects. This should be a very key thing. You are supposed to take care of our city, and you're supposed to make sure that it runs and you don't put it in any kind of position where it will fall into the road to bankruptcy. And that's what I see with this project. So please vote no. Thank you.
Next is Jerry, to be followed by Khalid.
Yeah. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. My name is Jerry Raycraft, and from 1995 to 2000, I was the Community Development Director, Redevelopment Director for the City of El Cerrito. And we did a very similar project on San Pablo Avenue as the conversion of the Idaho Motel, which was a 1950s era, pretty rundown motel. It was used by the county for homeless vouchers. It was used by people on an hourly rate basis, oftentimes. So we were approached at the city by a nonprofit housing developer, Rubicon Programs, from the city of Richmond. They bought the Idaho apartment, approached the redevelopment agency. We provided some funding. The Contra Costa Housing Authority provided funding. CDBG provided funding. They got funding from the VA. They got HOPWA money, which is housing for people with opportunity for with AIDS. So this was a very, very similar project. And like you did, we had community meetings, and we met with the neighborhood. And if you're familiar with San Pablo Avenue, it's very commercial on the front, but immediately behind the Idaho apartments were single-family homes, which were actually in the city of Richmond, since the street behind it was the property or city limit line between El Cerrito and Richmond. Anyway, we had this community meeting, and we explained the project. It was going to be for people, veterans, homeless veterans, people with AIDS, et cetera, et cetera. A very, very similar project. And I'll never forget, because we explained all this, and it was going to have on-site management, it was going to have supportive services, and all the same things, the bells and whistles that this project seems like it has. And I'll never forget, there was a young lady that stood up. She technically lived in the city of Richmond, but she stood up and she said, right now, I have 2 small children, and I have no idea who lives in that motel and who comes and goes. And you're telling me that this is going to be permanent housing with people with leases and rental agreements, with on-site management and supportive services. She
Your
said,
time is
I
up.
like this project. And she supported it.
Thank you.
Next is Khalid, to be followed by John Goyle.
Well, good evening. I never seen a project in Fairfield that divide the city council members. My understanding, you were looking for people to vote for you because you would like to serve Fairfield from the first exit in Cordelia to the last exit in Manual campus. But unfortunately, what I have seen, you guys playing rest arm. I'm addressing my speech to City Council Member Williams, Tonneson, Carr, Pandero, and then someone who's watching the wind sack, where it's going. That's exactly what he's doing. Unfortunately, we're not here to make you look bad. We respect you and thank you for volunteering. But you need to listen to wisdom. Put away your ego. We're not here against you. We love homeless. I'm a college professor. I taught homeless, I taught military, I taught people in Solano. We love the community. We all do mistakes. Reconsider your vote. Because if I was like Mr. Carr, if I were in your seat, and you see people are coming against this project, I would say, hold on a second, you know what? I should wait and reconsider my vote. I would like to get you my information. For this fiasco, you know who's benefiting from it? Is David Gasaway. He's going unchecked. And I asked the mayor to initiate external investigations to see what went wrong on this project from January to now. It's called in data, garbage in, garbage out. Now I watch, look, I don't take note. I have a good memory. I have an elephant memory. Now you're using 10 veterans because you have seen the criticism that's been addressed to this project. Now you change the rhetoric. Let me tell you something.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Cleve.
After John, we'll have Xavier Ramirez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is John Coyle. I have been a resident of this town since 1980, a military veteran, and at one time I was also a city attorney, but not of this town. Addressing tonight, my primary comments are aimed at the location, which, from my point of view, I see no, and by the way, I live probably as close to that site as anybody else. And I see no particular objection to that site for a lot of reasons. It is obviously adjacent, right across the street from a shopping center. It's across the street from a fire station. I think there's a bus stop within a half a block of there. The location, if we got to have such a facility, that seems ideal. I can't think of another one in the city of Fairfield that would meet the criteria that they have there. Whatever the objections are with regard to the financing, and that's up to the council. I would say, with my experience, that this is a decision of the government and the council members primarily to determine whether it is financially feasible. But the location, I would certainly advocate, is appropriate for the type of facility that is contemplated here. Like I say, there is no other. I'm seeing that, I think my time is not up, so I just include that being as close as I am, I haven't heard of any resident that is any closer than I am, and I've been here for, over 40 years. So I have no problems with the location. Thank you.
Next is Xavier Ramirez, to be followed by Anna Patero.
Hello? Wait, sorry. Hello, my name is Xavier Ramirez. I live here in Fairfield. I know I look kind of young, but I believe that, sorry. Hold on.
You're okay. It's okay.
I believe that homeless people and veterans should have access to mental health resources and a lot of support. And I think that, yes, this project can be like a step in the right direction, but there's so many factors that still need to be considered. I know everyone is concerned a lot about safety. I'm concerned about that too, but I think instead of, arguing or fighting with each other, we should try to compromise and come up with a new plan that will help both sides see reason and hopefully make our community a little safer and help the homelessness epidemic that's been going around in pretty much our entire country. I believe that we should, work together to find some sort of project or something that we all can agree on. And I think that would be pretty cool if everyone could get along with each other, Alrighty, and I think that's all I have for y'all. Everyone have a great night.
You did great.
After Anna, Ian Purvis.
I'm a member of the Fairfield Student Unified School District Governing Board. I'm here as an individual. We're coming up on the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas. Jesus was born in a manger. Nobody wanted them. Every inn was closed. There's no room at this inn, there's no room at that inn. If he were to walk into this building right now, somebody would arrest him. Okay? I refer you to Matthew 25:42. And he said, you help the least of us, you help me. Last week I attended this, David and Goliath, think about that story, that's Samuel 17. It's insurmountable, it seems insurmountable, but it isn't, okay? He took one rock, he had 5 of them, to defeat Goliath. This is one thing, this is a step in the right direction, okay? I attended an event a few months ago, and it was called Breaking the Stigma. And it's about mental issues in our communities. I was a representative of the AAPI community. And we deal with this too. And I look at this and I go, I was painting this rock, and I thought, what do we value? All night tonight, we've all only heard about money. We heard one person who benefited from this, who said, value human beings. At what point are we going to value human beings? This is a step in the right direction. David had 5 rocks, he only needed 1. Okay? This is your 1 rock. Mr. Ridge, you can take care of that, right? But 1 step at a time. I drew the Star of David on the other side. You have a David. This is your sling. This is Vista Ridge. You do it 1 rock at a time. You have to start somewhere. Start here.
Thank you, Anna.
After Ian Purvis, we have Marita Olmedo. Sorry if I
Good evening. My name's Ian
mispronounce it.
Purvis. I'm an elevator mechanic. I've been a resident of Fairfield for 35 years. I have personal experience with these type of facilities. I work in the Tenderloin. I deal with halfway houses and halfway mental institutions. I've literally cleaned up 4 elevators that have had murders. They're unbalanced people in there. They have to literally use metal detectors to protect themselves from bringing violent weapons into these facilities. They're unsecure. There's nothing that they can do to truly maintain and protect the community except put it in an environment that is away from a well-established community. And also, I work in San Francisco. I've had 2 Safeways close up. In the Tenderloin district, so many businesses that I grew up there as a child that are gone. They've had to close up. So the question you need to ask is, can we afford to lose that tax revenue for 50 apartments? The answer is no. So ask yourself, can we really commit to a building that's 40 years old that they're going to refurbish and we're going to expect it to last another 55 years? No. So it's a bad investment. It's ill-advised, and I'm truly, truly disappointed that you're even considering it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Marites. Marites?
Maritza Olmeda,
Okay.
thank you.
And next, to be followed by Andrea Lair.
My most favorite ministry at the church that I attend was feeding the homeless at Mission Solano. And it was so cool to hear your story. That was awesome. So certain groups would bring food like one week a month. And so my favorite dish to bring them was taco salad. And I'd make this big pot of chili, and everybody in my group would make, bring different things, tomatoes, lettuce, tortilla chips, everything. We would take it over to there. And every month, someone from my church was feeding people at Mission Solano. That was my favorite ministry because I loved feeding the homeless. I know there's a lot of people who feel the same way I feel. Like, I have a passion for the homeless, but maybe just not there. Please, one of the things that I appreciated about Mission Solano was that it was way out there with lots of space. And it just seemed like an ideal situation where they could get help, and we would come and we'd have Bible studies and that kind of stuff, and it was really cool to see how organized it was. And so I have no idea what happened, why it closed or whatever happened to it. I have no idea. But when we saw that shut down, our church started supporting City Church. And so what I saw Pastor Scott do was amazing. And so I'm like, okay, so if I say vote no, but if you happen to do something and you're like, okay, we're going in this direction, I'm like, okay, well, maybe you let Pastor Scott be in charge, because that's probably the only way it's going to work. But
Thank you.
Next is Andrea Lair, to be followed by Leo Camarena.
Good evening. Thank you all. My name is Andrea Lair. I was born here in Fairfield, California over 47 years ago. My grandma also was a manager of an apartment complex that housed low-income families. I'm holding a sign that says fail, because if you fail, you had your first attempt in learning. I'm not going to go into details about my experiences on the streets of Fairfield and things that happened to me just blocks away from this proposed site. I'm going to say I am 100% for this, because if we don't start anywhere, we have already lost, just dead in the water. A couple of quick things. I want to say that I work out at Rancho Solano, so I am in some of those nice houses that everybody, pays so much property tax for. If you want to be concerned about things, I just want to say, I know it's in your medicine cabinet, and I know it's in your wine cabinet, and if we want to be honest, we all have addiction problems, but I'm not standing over your liquor cabinet and making sure that you follow your prescription drugs as recommended. So I don't know what gives you the right to dictate other people's lives.
Stop, please. No. Let her speak, please.
I just find it very hypocritical. What I really wish I would have brought tonight instead of a piece of paper was a mirror, so you could all reflect on who you are and what you want this town to be. If we want to be better, we should be taking care of each other. And if we want more for ourselves, we should be trying harder. And that's, where do I live at? So I live right off of North Texas Street. I also proudly adopted a street from North Texas all the way down to Santa Clara. I do that by myself. I don't have anybody here. I want to say on national television, my husband, you were right. I said, how many people do you think will be there in support of this? He said, none. He was pretty damn right, because the nays are a lot more than the yays. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Leo, to be followed by Regina Buckley.
Yes, good afternoon. I think we've missed the boat. Homelessness is not a Fairfield problem. Homelessness is a United States problem that started 50 years ago when some politician decided to close all the mental hospitals. And that's when the problem started. And we have seemed to ignore it for the last 50 years. Homelessness didn't just drop out of the sky. It's been around forever, but we used to deal with it with mental hospitals. But because we're a country that's ruined or run by politicians and their best interest, that's why we have a homeless problem. Now, me as a resident from Fairfield, I'm tired of being subjected constantly to being penalized for living in Fairfield because I pay more taxes, I pay more gasoline taxes, my home insurance, everything is higher. And what do politicians say? Well, you got a homeless problem too. You're right. I do have a homeless problem because California, you can live outside half the year and people come here. And by providing them with a facility like this, you're just encouraging them. You're not solving the problem. You're just encouraging them to come here, okay? And what really bothers me about politicians is this has been going on because I have a tendency to be very analytical. How did this problem occur? How did homelessness occur? We used to deal with it with the mental institutions that were funded by the federal government. Now, jokingly, I said to you, Miss Moore, I said, well, why don't you just send them to Alcatraz? They can stay there for as long as they want. We don't have to worry about them getting off the island because they're not going to. But that was a joke. Of course, there are other federal buildings that are in the area that are not being utilized. There are a lot of prisons that are not being utilized, that have the ability to support these people and provide them with vocational training, getting them to where they have to go, and their security. So I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Regina, to be followed by Vicki Good.
Good evening. I'm sure everyone is pretty tired by now. Actually, I came to this meeting because I wanted to see if you wonderful people out there was done like how we were done. And what I mean by that is we just found out 3 days ago that there's going to be a facility, the Archway Rehabilitation Facility, going up. They said that we called your lovely office. Thank you so much. And hi, Pam. And we called your lovely office, and we were sent an email that said we were notified because you sent the notification 500 feet only, and that was enough to say that that building was going up on the corner of Peachtree and Heath Drive. 500 feet of people that were supposed to be notified. My home is on Heath Court. It's a small little home. It's me and my retired Air Force man, and he worked on those C5s, folks. And I even tease him and say, you know, you worked on them too long because you're a little nutty. But we are very happy on that court. We're very happy in the neighborhood. And just like I'm listening to all of you, so thank you for letting me attend. Because I was hoping that you weren't done like we were done. And folks, they're building that building as fast as your head could spin. There are 3-4 tractors on that corner, that little corner. Now listen, young lady, I have a sister that died as a schizophrenic. She was only 29 years old. And what killed her wasn't the schizophrenia, it was the medicine that they put her on, called Haldol. She died of full-blown breast cancer. They didn't even call it breast cancer, folks. They called it a long name that I didn't even know existed.
Your time is up.
She was my older sister. She left behind a 4-year-old daughter, and she begged me, would I take her?
Your time
and
is up.
And of course, I'm sorry.
No.
But I just want to say that, thank you.
No.
I hope you really consider, we're not hating people with addiction. We're not hating them, folks, but there is a line that needs to be drawn. Please make the record.
After Vicky, Chris Klaus.
Good evening, Mayor Mori, Vice Mayor Bertani, council members, and also I definitely addressing city manager and particularly city attorney. My name's Vicki Good. I've lived in Fairfield for 48 years, raised my family here. Listening, I wasn't planning to speak, but I want to come at this from a different angle that nobody has really mentioned. One lady hinted to this. There have been several stabbings and, yes, murders within homeless encampments in our area. Lots of them. Those people who were in those encampments were there somewhat voluntarily. Nobody put them there. I'm not saying their circumstances were the best, obviously. Now, the city, Danko, Kaminar's names will be selecting the individuals to live in very close quarters in apartments. These will be unstable people. Unstable people do unstable things. They can't be predicted. Yes, they can be monitored, but they cannot be predicted. I thought today, and I thought this is a crazy thought to think, people will have kitchens. People will have knives. A lot of the people in the homeless encampments don't have those. Maybe they find something. Maybe those are the people who have committed the murders and the violence. But they will have knives in their apartment readily available. So when these people are placed, again, by the city, Danko, and Kaminar, they're being selected. What happens when someone gets violent and someone is hurt or someone dies? Is the city liable? This is the angle I'm coming from. If I were a family member and had someone living in Vista Ridge and they were injured and God save them murdered, because you have publicly been warned of the safety issues involved with this, and not just for the unhoused people, but for the people that are unhoused. It is not safe for them. Please vote no to help the homeless.
After Chris, Dennis Green Jr.
Good evening. Speaking with the hope that you're still listening and still deciding on how to vote. My name is Dr. Claus, and I live in Paradise Valley, and I'm the owner of My Kids Dentist in Fairfield. We specialize in dental treatment for infants through adolescence, and I take care of the kids and grandkids here in the community. Every day we have at least 30 patients that come in and out, plus their families. And we are 400 feet from this proposed project, right across the street. And for 11 years, we've been dealing with the unhoused people and the list of trauma that results from those encounters. And now this project would add 100 plus more unstable, intoxicated, unaccountable individuals. They will not stay in their units. They're going to be out and about. Guess where they're going to be? There's going to be 100 more.
Ma'am, please. Excuse me.
This will
Please
increase
let
the
him
exposure
speak.
that my team, my family, and the families that trust me is going to expose them to danger, both mental and physical. So my question I want you to ask yourself is how many children being emotionally or physically traumatized through these encounters is acceptable? How many children should suffer in order to benefit these target residents? That number should be 0. And so hopefully you'll vote no against this. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dennis Green Jr. There's 15 seconds left, so I'm going to go fast so I can see if I can get a few seconds, because like one of those homeless people that don't be trying to steal and they get accused for stealing at the library, that I tried to come to y'all and sit on the board. Y'all remember me coming here trying to sit on the board for that seat that y'all opened up, that y'all say y'all point to? Y'all, come on, don't act like y'all remember me, because I even took time using Uber to come to y'all City Hall to try to sit on the boards, but y'all don't let me do that. But back to the arrest, Again, like 5 years ago, I was arrested for coming to this meeting for the first time. 5 years ago, yesterday. And like that story is, this guy that wasn't even with them was falsely arrested. Y'all don't want to say nothing about that. That tremendously messed up my mental illness and got me homeless. So I'm one of the ones that represent, that will go to that house that y'all about to build. And that's communicating and volunteering and still trying to sit on boards and go to the city and volunteer in the city. Just like I said, the judge that just said, upon the court's own motion, the court orders this matter dismissed in the interest of justice. I did that with a public defender for all my homeless people and mentally ill people. You got to go in there and talk some shit, though. Oh, excuse me, you might say a cuss word, but you got to go in there and defend yourself because you don't got the resources like everybody else. So I know you might not get no sleep. That's another main resource that's going to get your mental illness. So however they got to get it, send them in a ranch. Y'all want to go put us on the base. That's what I was willing to go. Put the tiny houses on the base then. We'll go sleep there. Do it then. But then y'all just complain about, and then when they take the money away from you, like the EBT, I know a lot of y'all businesses took some hits when them EBTs hit. And then nobody's paying the high prices because then people got to get on 2 buses just to get to main stores in the communities, in the District 2, that they cut out those services during the 2020. They don't say nothing about that stuff, though. And the low-income people, when y'all say disadvantaged, which I mean, there's some people that have already been disadvantaged. That's going against the disadvantages right now. That's all they want is a little advantage.
Your time is
that
up.
little advantage is that little spot that y'all about to give them for a little piece, and then y'all paying it, and they already probably paying more taxes than all y'all anyways, because they got to pay that junk more. I done slept in some of y'all hotels.
Your time is
while I
up,
was homeless.
sir.
But back to that, yeah, the library, they dropped the charges on that. Let's talk about that, because then they lied in that report saying that I was up there, had weapons on me and stuff like that, and I had to go against myself as a homeless person and say that I ain't even had no weapon and nothing like I'm just going there to read a damn book that y'all want nobody to do and volunteer for it. And I've been going to the volunteers, you can look me up on the minutes, and I've been going to the volunteers, make up for the minutes, and why should I follow the rules when y'all just arrest me anyways and y'all don't say nothing about that then? But then y'all let other people come up here and take 4 minutes. Yeah, this is good. And these same people go buy your shit at your store too. These
Your
same
time
people
is up,
go get
sir.
your junk. Hold on, these same people that's the ones that taking the money and the money don't reach us. The money don't reach us type people anyway.
We are going to take a break. We're going to take a break. We're taking a 5-minute break. We are taking a 5-minute break.
ink ran out.
Sorry. So I know you guys are deciding this factor. I personally deal with the patients, with the mental side and also physical side, medically and mentally, both. So my question is, I know everyone is talking about that. I can easily get the grant. I need approval for 4 homes next to your home, next to your home, next to your home, next to your home. I will fill that home within 1 hour with all my mental patients there, and after 10 days, you tell me how it feels. That's because you do not know the reality. I see the patient Monday to Friday, all day long, those patients, when they hear the voices, they are real to them, constantly hearing the voices. Constantly, okay? If the voices will tell them hurt themselves, they will go and bang their head. If the voices will tell them hurt the next person next to you, they will do that. We get the patient all the time. I know you guys are trying to deal with the project, okay? But the thing is that 90% of the population, we try to relocate them into the housing. What they do that? After 1 week, sometimes even less than a week, they are back there. They are not disabled. God gave them hands, feet, they can walk, work, but they choose not to work. Why? Because they are getting the free money. They are getting our money. So that's why lately, just yesterday, I was trying to send this patient to a facility like a room and board, right? And what she told me, she wants to go back to streets. Why we are spending the money when we know that 90% of the population, they are not disabled. I'm saying them again, over and over, they have 2 hands, they can walk, they can work, but they choose not to do that.
Doctor, thank you. Your time is up.
Next is Jenna Bachlier, to be followed by Pam Brown.
Hello. Oops, too close. Hello, so I have no script, so if I do stammer, it's not my fault. I do support homeless, and I do want to help them grow. And because that's the way I was raised, just as I respect every one of you guys here. However, I ask you guys to respect us the same, because putting Vista Ridge in that location will make the people around it suffer, the businesses suffer. We are the people that will be affected by it. We are the people that will see the homeless walking around and going to the businesses around the place. They are drug addicts. They are sex offenders. Vote no for Vista Ridge. That is not okay. I'm 13 years old. I'm standing here in front of all of you guys. Why is this happening? Why did we let it come to this location? What about the police and the fire department who are going to be having calls all the time to that location? I want to become law enforcement when I'm older, and to have calls through that location again and again when you could be helping other people who need it. That is what is important. So vote no for Vista Ridge.
After Pam, we have Denise Burtko.
Hi, City Council. My name is Pam Brown. I have lived in Fairfield for over 30 years. I'm a global business owner. I love this city. I just absolutely adore it. And our family, we've raised all of our kids here. My middle child just graduated from Solano, and he's now going into cybersecurity. I mean, it's a great place to live. Here's the concern. I went to the last meeting, and we spent 2 or 3 hours, and this whole community asked a lot of questions, and 90% of them weren't answered. And what we were told was we didn't get the information from David's team to the City Council even before they made their vote. I run a global business. My teams would be fired for that. I mean, this is something, we can't be running the city like that. Listen, I'm faithful, and I heard a lot of faithful people speak. We need a homeless solution, yes? All of us, right? We need a homeless solution, but this isn't it. We have over 450 homeless people. We even had a homeless gal come and say, hey, listen, I've grown in this. We could put we have 450 people who need help, not just the 50. It's over $500,000 a room. Does that seem insane? I didn't even spend that for my house in '96. We need a solution. This isn't it. If we took tiny houses, the gal had an idea of putting tiny houses on land and supplying actual services like saying, okay, these folks need mental help. These folks need to be taught to read so that they can get jobs. We could actually have people help. I would even be willing to put scholarships and fund some Solano College and get people started. There are smart people in our community. I would volunteer time to sit and look at the P&L and figure stuff out, but we're not doing that. We didn't have the information, and we're making decisions without information, and that's not okay. So I am vote no, but I am vote yes for a solution. I want you to hear my heart. This isn't anti-homeless. I actually have a huge passion for the homeless, and this isn't going to serve enough people where we really need to be serving them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Burko.
Madam Mayor, can we wait for Councilmember Sandu to come back on?
Thank you.
He needs to keep his video on for government code.
Are you moonwalking?
Councilmember Santu, are you still online?
We just have to wait for the councilman to come back up online.
Okay.
Just by way of clarification for the council, under the government code, if a city council member is appearing remotely, they must stay on camera during the entire course of the meeting. If they leave, Madam Mayor, may I finish what I was saying?
Yes,
I received an inquiry from council member.
Yeah.
If the council member turns off his camera or leaves the camera screen, the meeting must pause until the council member returns to the video screen. So he cannot leave the video screen while the meeting is in session. And we have to pause until he's back. He's back. Thank you.
Sorry about
Thank
that. I went
you.
to the restroom.
Thank you. My name is Denise Burtko. I was born in this town 68 years ago. Lifelong member, other than a couple of, Arizona, dad in the Air Force. I've loved this town desperately. I don't think this should come in. I live out in Paradise Valley. A few years ago, I had a homeless woman move into my backyard. Didn't know she was there because I was caring for my dying husband. And the police came, and she was a drug addict. Police were called 4 different times, removed her from my house 4 different times in handcuffs, screaming she was going to come back and kill me. She's going to kill me. They put the district attorney at the time put a restraining order against her, put her in a couple of mental institutions. The first time they did, she came back the next day. She's putting her keys in my door lock, saying, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Profanity, profanity, profanity. Again, she was taken out 4 times total. They finally put her into a longer stay mental facility. Then I read in the paper about a year later that she had done the same thing again over at a house over across the highway, drinking wine in this man's house and enjoying his home. And then it went to court, and they threw it all out, I think, because they said, she probably didn't really mean, she wasn't breaking in. She probably was just lost. She probably just didn't know what she was doing. No, she knew what she was doing, and she terrorized us. I had cops standing in front of me and my husband in a wheelchair, quadriplegic, telling me, and I'm asking them, how am I going to protect my husband and myself? And they both One officer looked at me and he said, I suggest you get a gun. We know her, she's escalating. I suggest you get a gun. And all 3 other officers nodded in unison to that thought. And, oh dang, I thought it. And I would walk into that house. My husband was in a lot of rehab, a lot of out. I spent my nights in his bed, in his room, in the hospital, because I was too afraid to go home. When I went into my house, I went in with a knife and mace, screamed her name every time. It took me a year to be able to go into my backyard again.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any more speaker cards. I know there's a few hands raised online, though. Did anyone else wish to speak that's here? Oh, okay, go ahead and fill one out, and then I'll have someone from online. Valeria, can you bring the first person online?
Yes, we have Blush. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you text me the name? Thanks.
You can call me Christian. I'm representing Solana Unity Network today. We are a mutual aid group based in Fairfield mostly, is where we do our mutual aid work, and we believe in community building through mutual aid and abolition-based practices. We started this group back in 2020. This is also, side note to mention, when we were back in 2020 at this, in front of City Council, not at this location, the one over when y'all were by Hilltop, and 9 people were arrested for making too much of a disruption. So I'm glad that we're at a point now that going forward, we can make just as much disruption as there's been tonight. We advocate so much for the unhoused. I spend so much time with the unhoused. We make 1 meal a week that's hot. People have my phone numbers. I talk to them. The unhoused people in Fairfield or the community that you are in are a part of the community. There's so much talk of separating that community comes first or these people come first. Unhoused people are a part of our community. We should be showing our children who unhoused people are. Unfortunately, this is the state of the country that we live in right now. It's just going to get worse. Prices are getting higher. That means more unhoused people. And these people that people keep differentiating as if they're not our community, they're here. They're here, and there's going to be more. We need to be taking care of them. That is how society works. This individualism that's going on in this room, I'm sorry, but that's not how we survive. That's not how we come together as people of Fairfield, as people trying to take care of each other. You're looking at these different classes as if unhoused people are the other and people that have businesses and work are better than, and we're not. We need to take care of the people. So please, we support the Vista Ridge project and support going through with it, support you taking that first step. And there's going to be people that are opposing it.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Valeria, can you bring the second person on? And then I have one more card.
We have Melvin Cohen. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council, and community members. My name is Melvin Cowan with Enough Housing. I just wanted to acknowledge the real concerns that residents have shared tonight. The decisions are never easy, and people deserve to feel heard, but also want to gently name something that often gets lost in the conversation. Many of the people who end up in the programs like Home Key are older adults, people who've worked their whole lives, or community members who've become functionally unemployed, not because they don't want to work, but because of injuries, caregiving responsibilities, or age discrimination. These are our neighbors, and they look like, the fair folks that are in the room. And Home Key is one of the only opportunities where the state brings major capital dollars directly into the local community. And so if Fairfield rejects or delays without a plan, those funds will simply go to other counties, and Fairfield deserves access to those resources. And so if the council feels ready to move forward tonight, I support you in securing this investment. If the council believes more community engagement is needed, I would encourage directing staff to evaluate alternative locations along the North Texas corridor. where there is stronger transit access, workforce access, behavioral health alignment, and significantly less neighborhood impact. Across California, cities have successfully pivoted to new sites mid-process and still secured home key awards. Fairfield can do the same, and if requested, I can help bring experienced home key capable partners and a full behavioral health integrated support team, so Fairfield is not navigating this alone. And so the goal tonight is not to rush and not to reject, but to preserve this once-in-a-generation investment for Fairfield residents. So just thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Valeria, did you have any more online?
I have no more speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I have one last card, Rena Lewis.
Good evening, everybody. I was just at home. I got done cooking dinner for my son, and I thought I'd just run out the house and try to speak up from a mother's point of view. I live in Rolling Hills. I have 3 children. I'm a single mom, and I worked very hard. I come from the ghetto. I dug myself out. I worked hard to get away. I worked very hard to move up, and now I want to keep my kids safe. And so I haven't heard anyone this evening. Maybe I've missed them. I haven't heard anyone discuss the implications that this decision may have on our children. I live about a block away from Rolling Hills, and since I've been there, I've watched the community change. And one of the things I've seen happen is homeless people come into our area. I'm not a clueless person. I've been around homeless people in the streets, on the streets, and at my job. I care for them. I am not foreign to their behavior. I'm not foreign to the risks that they pose. I'm also not foreign to the love that they need and the challenges that they face. So I don't want you to think I'm some insensitive, clueless, white, blonde woman sitting in front of you who doesn't know about reality, because I do. So I'm here to say my concern is that we have experienced enough homeless challenges in our community that pose a threat to our children directly. They cross the bridge and come across, and I am saying they, meaning the people, the homeless people that we've encountered. They have started fires in our neighborhood. They come and lay on our sidewalks. They show all of their private areas to our children. It's quite a threat to my kids. My son and my other children should be able to ride their bikes safely around the neighborhood and to the grocery store, where I have worked blood, sweat, and tears to hold on to that dear house so that they may have somewhere to live. So for me, this is not about a financial decision. This is about the safety of our children and the threats that it poses. And I wish we could sit here and think that it would be all great, but I don't think that would be the outcome. Thank you.
Okay, no more speaker cards and no one else online.
All righty. So I am going to bring this back to the council. If you have questions of staff or if you have comments, now's the time.
I have a comment.
Councilman Doug.
Yep. I really do want to thank everybody for being here today, and I hope your interest in this homeless issue will continue, and we can look forward to seeing a lot of you in other community events like our Homeless Roundtable meeting held quarterly. And this Thursday is our Cap Solano JPA board meeting. This meeting serves as a roadmap for delivering services to address income and housing insecurity in the community. This meeting is held monthly and is open to the public. We also have other homeless issues that I would love for the county, I would love for the people to be involved in. We have, in 2026, we have a point in time count on Thursday. Folks can sign up to volunteer for that. We have Housing First, Solano Continuum of Care. Next board meeting is tomorrow at 11:19. And of course, we have our Homeless Roundtable meetings quarterly. Our next one is January 14th. Reach out to the Homeless Service Division to get the invitation. I put these on the back table for those of you that are interested in helping with this community issue. When we talk about building healthy and thriving communities, we must recognize that safe, stable housing is not simply a basic need. It is a fundamental human right. The individuals living with mental health disabilities, housing is more than a roof over their heads. It's a foundation for dignity, recovery, and opportunity. When people have secure housing, they gain the stability needed to focus on treatment, build relationships, and participate fully in society. Housing reduces crisis, prevents unnecessary hospitalizations, and creates pathways for long-term well-being. It also strengthens our communities, reducing strain on emergency services, fostering inclusion, and reminding us that compassion is not just a value, but it is an action. The opposite of addiction is connection. Supporting housing for individuals with mental health disabilities is not charity. It is an investment in human potential, in public health, and in more just society. When we provide a stable place to live, we give people a chance to heal, to grow, and to contribute in meaningful ways. Let us continue to advocate for housing solutions that honor every person's worth, because when everybody has a place to call home, we all rise. The cost for our unhoused population is sometimes overlooked, so I'd like to give you some figures on this. On average, the ambulance and ER visits are astronomical. Most of the time, these calls are unnecessary. They are just cold, wet, and hungry, or overheated. On average, homeless people visit the emergency room 5 times a year, each one of these costing $3,700. That translates to about $18,000 a year. If we get 50 people off the streets, we could save around $1 million a year. The first responder cost is just...
No. Please.
Your minute's up.
Yeah. Please show some respect.
We don't need to see figures.
Sorry, Councilman Doug, go ahead.
The first responder cost is just as high with police and fire. The average person produces about 5 pounds of trash a day. That's about 2,000 pounds a year. Times that by 50, that's 90,000 pounds a year of garbage on our streets that we pay to clean up. Cleaning one homeless encampment, even with all our wonderful volunteers, still costs us around $5,000. That's for one camp. Some of us up here on the dais also sit on the Fairfield Suisun Sewer Board, and I took the time to get some other facts we haven't talked about not once tonight. By getting 50 people off our streets, we will also be removing from the streets the following. The average person produces about 6 pounds of solid waste a week. That's 300 pounds a year. Times that by 50, that's 15,000 pounds of feces. And about 156,000 gallons of urine. Diseases removed that possibly go with this are hepatitis A, E. coli, typhoid, and many more. The homeless problem is not going to get any better if we just kick this can down the road. We must try to stay ahead of it, or Fairfield will become unrecognizable. We are the county seat and have responsibilities other towns in our county don't have. When I campaigned, I walked and knocked on 4,000 doors. The number one issue that was talked about was, what are you going to do about the homeless problem? And I promised to make this a priority, do the research, and to work diligently to reduce homelessness, and I have. I love my hometown, and I have been here my whole life, 62 years. I will always try to do what's best for Fairfield, no matter what. We have opened other facilities and to help the homeless in the past with quite the pushback. One of them was was Bay North, the winter shelter. We got so many complaints. My email, I talked on the phone quite often, even more than I have here, how it was going to be just a horrible situation. It's going to be a mess every night. I got those calls all the way up to after 3 months the place was open, and there was none. I went over there all the time. We have the oversight, and we've proven that in the past. When one of these places didn't go right, we shut them down. We worked on helping them get back up, and they're back up and running now, City Church. There's quite a few other, Fairhaven Commons and DeReese's place. It's doing great. Napa has the same type of facility and had exactly the same kind of pushback. They're doing great. Woodland, all the same pushback they had, and they are also doing well. I could say a lot more. I've been working in this field and working with this problem for over 20 years. I wrote a bill I'm trying to get pushed through. One of our gentlemen tonight spoke about he was exactly right about why this problem is. It's because some politicians closed down the mental hospitals. So the bill that I am working on, and I'm getting support, I've got all the judges' support, I've got a lot of support, even have the mayor looked at this bill. I'm pushing through. I got Lori Wilson, I got the county, everybody, and I'm trying to open up with the Prop 1 money another facility. I love Fairfield. This is my town. I've been here as long as anybody in here. I played everywhere when I was a kid, and I'm not going to see it overrun and end up with a skid row. And that's what's going to happen if we don't do projects like this and others. I'm voting yes on this because it is needed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Anybody who's next? Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you. So my first question is for our city attorney. I have a few. So I'm the founder of Hazel's Tranquility Place, 19 beds, and I serve the same population of focus. It's homeless. It's those in recovery. It's those that are just as involved. They're poor. There's mental health issues. Is this considered a conflict of interest? Do I need to recuse myself?
Yes. Please. It was asked of the city attorney, and he will answer as he can.
So, Councilmember Williams, I need to advise you as your attorney, and as your attorney for the entire council, you have a right to seek my counsel in a closed session to seek legal advice from me. However, as you're aware, since I CC'd the entire council, we did receive inquiries from the public, numerous emails from people claiming that both yourself and Councilmember Carr had a conflict of interest. At the direction...
No, please.
At the direction of the mayor, who directed me to research the issue and issue advice to all of you, and with all of your consent, I did send a reply to the public, so I'll read that reply, which I believe answers your question. But I will say to you and any other member of the council, if you need to take my advice on a legal matter, you do have the right to go into closed session with me or speak with me in the back to protect the attorney-client privilege. The response that I sent to 2 individuals, which I believe was then disseminated to the wider group, was, "Thank you for your email and your patience while I research this matter. As you know, under the laws governing conflict of interest rules for local officials, the local official must have a financial interest in the matter pending before the City Council. While Councilmember Williams and Councilmember Carr work in the same area, i.e. services for the unhoused, as the project proposed for Vista Ridge, neither council member has a financial interest with the group leading the Vista Ridge project. Therefore, under California conflict of interest rules, I see no conflict for either council member."
Thank you. And so Part B...
Councilwoman Williams.
Oh, sorry.
No, I
Did
just
I
have a
not?
question. Do you think that you need to speak with him in closed session, or are you good?
Absolutely not. I do not have any financial interest at all in Vista Ridge Permanent Housing Solutions.
I just wanted to offer it.
No,
if-
that's fine.
Okay.
So Part B is I also have a background. When I left law school, I ran various permanent housing solution apartment complexes, tax credit, HUD, same population of focus. So I have that, so that was a while ago. Is that a conflict of interest? Do I need to recuse myself?
Again, giving you the same admonition I gave you previously, I think the previous answer that I sent to the public applies in that situation. Occupying the same field as the issue that you're considering is not considered a conflict of interest under California rules. It's the existence of a financial conflict. So, for example, if we had a police officer serving on the city council, that doesn't mean that any time a ordinance for crime prevention came up would mean that they have a conflict of interest. That's not how conflict of interest works. In fact, there is case law that says having a robust, diverse council with varied interests is a benefit to the community because you all bring your experiences, your life experiences, your work experiences, your professional experiences to bear on making decisions to help your community. So again, working in a field does not create a conflict of interest. It is a financial interest.
Thank you very much. So then my next question, thank you, City Attorney. So my next question, LaTanya, I have a few for you. The AMI of Vista Ridge for two-person occupancy, what is that? What is the income max? What is the income rent?
Yes. So the AMI is for the entire county. So for a two-person household, it would be restricted to 30% AMI. For two persons, it would be $33,000 per year.
Use acronyms, so we don't know.
AMI is the area median income. So the area median income for Solano County for a two-persons household is $33,000. And can you tell me the second part of your question?
Yes, so someone would, with a two-family household, their income max would be?
It wouldn't necessarily be based upon an income max per se. I mean, the income max would be $33,000, all is what they could make per year in order to reside at Vista Ridge.
Awesome. So we applied for a grant. There seems to be confusion around what a grant is and do we have to pay it back? Can you clarify that?
Yes. So for the Home Key Plus funds, the city is not required to pay the funds back to the state. These funds are supposed to be utilized to support the project. It's listed as we put it in as a loan agreement because it helps with the financing to make sure that the city is able to protect its interest in the property, in the project itself. And so it's not unusual for a project. There's other funds that are wrapped into this as well that were also given to the city as a grant, but they are included as a loan with a 55-year covenant, which allows the city to protect the financing on the project.
So HUD, there's a lot of news surrounding HUD, if HUD is going to be the project-based Section 8, if it's going to be rolled back. Do you have an update on that?
Yes, so the city has not received any information from HUD related to any of the HCV or the Housing Choice Voucher Funding Program whatsoever. While there has been talks, we have received no information. There's been no signed legislation in place that we know of. There's been no discussions with our HUD representatives regarding any changes in the Housing Choice Voucher Program whatsoever.
Is there a Plan B if there is an issue with project-based Section 8?
So we don't anticipate that there will be any issues with the project-based voucher program. For this particular property, the project-based vouchers will be secured with the 20-year with the 20-year contract commitment. And we've not known HUD in the history of the federal government and funding for this program for them to roll back any of the contractual commitments that they make. And so this project will be tied to a 20-year contract initially, and at the close of that 20-year contract, they will also be a potential opportunity for an additional 20-year extension as well.
What's the Plan B?
One of my final questions is surrounding property management. As I asked in previous meetings, because I've been in this industry, because I am usually the person that have been called in to clean up in poorly managed properties. That's where I've seen it go awry. I asked the last time, and I want to dove into it a little bit more. The property management on this property, if it goes left, what controls do we have as the city of Fairfield to put Danco on warning and get them out of here if they do not manage this property correctly?
Yes. So one of the items that we are bringing forward to you today, or this evening, is the regulatory agreement. So the regulatory agreement is the agreement that will go in place, which will regulate the requirements for Danco as the property managers, what their requirements will be in order to continue to secure and remain property managers on the site. So should there be any issues or should there be anything that comes up, the regulatory agreement also addresses any remedies that will need to, that the city will take in order to ensure that we're able to continue to move forward. Should there be any issues and Danco does not perform and they're not able to remedy the issues that we address, then the regulatory agreement also addresses what the next steps will be for the city as well, which could be up to terminating that agreement with them and bringing in a new property management company.
Are they here to answer questions surrounding what does an eviction process look like?
Yes, Danco is here.
Oh. Yeah, so well, you want me to wait till he?
Questions for him too, so why don't you bring them down?
Okay. Thank you.
Hi.
So.
Good evening.
So my question is surrounding property management. What does eviction look like for folks that aren't, I'm assuming there's rules and a lease.
Yep.
Lease violation, like what does that look like?
Well,
If someone is not fit for this property and are violating property rules.
Yeah, we have our lease agreement and then there are house rules. And if a resident is not following the lease agreement really affects the rent payment and, upkeep of their unit. And then the house rules go over things like, noise or illegal drug use or anything like that on the property, then they are grounds for eviction. And we go through the legal eviction process to remove tenants as necessary.
Can I add to that, Councilmember Williams? So in addition to just the lease, because all of the tenants on this property will have a project-based voucher, they will also be subject to the federal regulations, which any activity that is outside of the federal regulations could be up to grounds for termination of their assistance. So it's in addition to the lease, so it's not just the lease alone. They also have to follow the rules that are set forth in the Fairfield Housing Authority's administrative plan for the HCV program as well.
And I don't want you to go away, but I do have an add-on to that question.
Sure.
Are you going to be, meeting with them regularly, looking at calls for service, assessing those? Like, what does oversight look like from a city of Fairfield point of view?
So the city, we have other projects that are similar to this one, and we partner directly with the property management company to ensure that all things are moving forward as they should be in the regulatory agreement. In addition, we have site monitorings that are outlined in the regulatory agreement. We also are coming in and we're reviewing the work that the project management company is doing to ensure that they're in full compliance of the regulatory agreement as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I may have a comment later, but I'm finished.
Okay. Councilman Tonneson.
Thank you, Mayor. So Danco, you have several other projects?
We do. We have place and service. We're housing providers. We provide permanent supportive housing, senior housing, and family housing in California, Arizona, Oregon are the markets that we've worked in. We have 600 supportive housing units approximately that we placed in service.
And is some of the doom and gloom, does that happen at some places? I mean, sometimes you have issues. And
Yeah,
you
of
address
course,
them.
on all of our housing projects, I mean, being in the housing business, you're dealing with people and there's management required. I would say, though, that, from our perspective, we're getting people off the streets into housing. And certainly there are issues that need to be addressed, but we have, at this facility, we have this staffed right. We have the team in place that can effectively make it work, with our partnership with Kaminar, and then, with our management company. We're confident that this property is the right location and that this property will be managed effectively. And we have many other home key projects that we're managing much larger than this. And we have a mix of projects. So we have some that are 100% supportive housing. We have one that we're finishing in Sacramento that's 120 units. So it's quite larger than this. We have another 100-unit project that's been placed in service in Sacramento. And then we have projects that are mixed, where we have families, formerly homeless people living with families as like a 25% ratio. So we have a number of different scenarios. But in our experience, once people are housed and they get the support they need, it tends to be successful. That certainly doesn't mean that we don't have issues, and we do have to apply enforcement. But I would say that they tend to they fade out over time.
Yeah, you were very honest about that at the last meeting you were here in February when we voted 7-0. You gave a great presentation. We were asking you many, many deep questions. You answered them all. One of them that I liked, though, is you said that there's usually a 6 to 9 month settling period. Is that with all units, or are we starting to figure out that process to where it's lessening that time?
It's more with the supportive housing projects than the senior housing projects and the family housing projects. I mean, there's folks that are living on the street. We've housed folks that have never had a home, that have been on the street their entire lives. And so there's a transition period that folks come in and they're getting used to the new environment. And so there is a time frame there, and with the support of our case management and our on-site security that we put in place, and our on-site managers and our resident service coordinator, we really work to help people get settled. We get them what they need. If they need furniture, if they get whatever support that they need so that they can get settled and start to thrive in the community. And sometimes we have to evict people at the beginning. We didn't get the right person in, and we have to find somebody else and open up the unit for somebody else because they are a problem for the rest of the community. That is part of it. But I would say that on average, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, the communities tend to settle out.
And do you have similar locations throughout the projects, similar to North Texas Street?
You mean similar type projects?
Yeah.
Motel conversions?
And location?
Yes, we do. We have projects that are right down in the heart of Sacramento. We have 2 that are in that area. We have a project that's in a residential community up in Arcata. We have 2 projects in Santa Rosa that are surrounded by residential. In fact, one of them, 80% of the units are just general family housing, and then 20% of the units are for formerly homeless. So we have a mix.
And have you ever been kicked out of your services? Have you ever been kicked out of a project?
No, we have not.
And how long have you been doing this?
We've been 39 years.
Okay. And that's all I have for you right now, but I may get back to you. I've viewed your properties. I drove several properties, several different, the Napa one that Doug talked about. I went to the Woodland one. These projects they're working, at least the ones that I can find. But I appreciate you guys coming out, and I appreciate just one more thing. I read where you're going to have neighborhood, like get the neighbors involved once this gets up and running. Is that like a?
Oh, no.
Well, that they would be.
Please.
That would actually be perfect to get the naysayers there. So is that something that you do?
Please.
Do you get the neighborhood involved and try and keep them abreast of all the going-ons?
Yeah. So what we typically do on our projects is we have a monthly stakeholders meeting. So we have our on-site managers, we have our case managers, our resident service coordinators, our security folks, somebody from the city. So if the police department wants to be part of that, if a neighborhood representative wants to be part of that. So we keep the concerns and the conversations going so that everybody has an opportunity to bring forth any concerns or issues that we have so that we can collectively work together to solve them. And that's a practice that we implement on all of our supportive housing projects.
Well, I like what you're doing, and again, I appreciate your honesty and what you're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it for now, Councilman? Is that it for now? Oh, stay there. Councilwoman Pandura has questions.
Sure.
Hi, thank you. I know there was questions earlier today about the security, and so can you speak to who's going to cover the cost and what does that look like? And then my second question is around, I know Scott just brought up like neighborhood meetings, but are you planning to be involved in the community in other way, like join any associations, chambers, that way we can continue to have access to you?
Yeah, we'll have, full-time employees working at the site, and we certainly can join community organizations, and we do that often. In terms of the cost to cover the security, was that your question? It's all built into the operating costs. We have planned 24-hour coverage at the site. There will be 3 shifts, essentially. The on-site managers will be there during regular business hours, and then the security folks come in the evenings and work, till the next morning. And so that's all covered in the operating budget, which is funded through the project-based vouchers primarily.
Do other projects similar to this also have the same type of security features, or this one specifically, and is there a reason why?
They do. Usually our security is, we ramp that up at the beginning, and then we find that 2 years in, 3 years in, that the security needs lessen. Folks, it's just a regular operating property, and there's not as much of a need, but we typically, assess that as we go. But mostly we found that, at the beginning of a project, we'll put 2 people on. A 50-unit project like this, we'll likely have 2 people at the beginning, and then as necessary, we could pull that back, but we will, obviously, we have it budgeted to keep it there full-time if needed.
Any other questions for anybody else? Councilwoman Pandura? You're good? Okay. Go ahead, Madam Vice Mayor. Do we have questions of them?
No questions for you, Danko. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, let me say this. When I woke up this morning, I believe we still live in a democracy. And I say that to say that I've never seen a project with such overwhelming opposition by our residents. And remember, we report to our residents. So number one, it seems to me that the community has spoken very clearly about concerns for this project and flat out opposition. So that has my attention, because you're the folks who pay the bills for everybody sitting up here, for every light that's on in this building, for every salary that's paid on this dais, you pay that. So I'm listening, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned with the state of the factual record that this city council is voting on this evening. For instance, let me be clear about who will be eligible to reside at Vista Ridge, because in my opinion, the city has not been clear about this, and it's frustrating, and I don't understand that. Tell the people who these residents will be or who is eligible. And I've gotten resistance from the city, so let me clear the record for you right here and right now. Seriously mentally ill individuals will be eligible to stay at Vista Ridge. individuals addicted to drugs will be eligible to stay at Vista Ridge. Sex offenders, level 1 and level 2, will be eligible to stay at Vista Ridge. That's the truth, ladies and gentlemen. And why is it that the city has been so resistant to just telling you the truth? Let's vote on the truth tonight. In fact, if you look at this, this is just from tonight. Who will be referred to Vista Ridge? Basically veterans. Really? I just told you, I just said who will be eligible to stay at Vista Ridge. That's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But so if that's the truth, then why not? We're all adults here. And we're all have passion and we're care and all that stuff, but we have to get to the truth. And that is my concern. Is this record factually developed to where we'll be voting on the truth tonight? I don't know why the city wouldn't make that very clear at the inception of this project. Tell us this.
Good point.
Have you, excuse me, this information did not come to, what I just told you, that didn't come from the city. That came from my own independent research and residents like you who are reaching out. I mean, I can't believe how many of you have done your research on this project and sent me information. That's your work. Why wasn't this before the city council? I think that we may have had a very different conversation had we been given this information in January of 2025. Oh, and a note on veterans, which seems to be we're going to be housing veterans. Now it's up to, I think, 10 veterans tonight. Let me tell you something. I'm looking at the Department of Housing and Community Development, State of California, okay? At the Notice of HUD, Notice of Funding Availability, the NOFA. This is where the $21.5 million comes from, okay? This is a State of California, this is off the State of California's website. This document says, number of assisted units reserved for veterans. Guess how many? 0. Wow.
That's not good.
But here's the thing. Now, I'm not making this up. Lord have mercy. I'm not making this up. So this says 0 reserved for veterans. Why is that? Has the city council ever been shown this document? Not to my recollection. I had a resident send me this, and my eyes bounced out of my head. And so I went on the State of California's website to confirm it. That's not right, ladies and gentlemen. Why wasn't this brought to our attention? What are we doing here? Exactly. So I continue to say, I believe that this factual record is incomplete, non-transparent, and inaccurate at best. How can we vote on this tonight? But you know what? What this is, and I don't get emotional. Please don't get emotional, Pam. This makes me sad. This makes me sad because I've been on this city council for about 14 years, and never in the history of my tenure on this council have I seen this kind of behavior out of the city. I don't know what's going on, but I know the whole truth is not going on. That's what I do know, and I hate to, that makes me want to cry. Because at the end of the day, we're all we got. We have to stick together. We have to tell the truth, just like in your families. Sometimes you have to just say the hard thing. You know, but we have to live together. So I'm very uncomfortable with the record that is before the city. This NOFA, this Notice of Funding Availability, says that the operating award is how much? 0. Why didn't we apply for an operating fund? Because we're eligible to do that. And that pays up to $1,400 a month per unit, per door. So that's money in the bank, right? Yeah. $1,400 per unit for as long as this facility is going, I guess. But I'm saying we didn't even apply for that. Why not? Was that ever brought to the city council? The answer is no. I didn't know that until I saw this. I'm seldom speechless, thank you. And I hope my kids are looking, because they'll be like, I can't believe she's not talking. But I'm speechless. I don't understand it. If we accept this funding tonight, that obligates this city to operate this facility as a permanent supportive housing unit for 55 years. But it's 55 years, but we're supposedly going to have a 20-year contract for HUD funding through the, hold on, I got it high, I'm so upset right now. But anyway, the Housing Assistance Program, HAP, through HUD. Okay, so we applied for 0 funding for operations. We're on the hook to do this for 55 years, folks. But we didn't apply for funding, for operating fund. We got the capital money that's going to the capital people, but the people who are gonna have to pay for the operating expenses, we didn't even just think, why not just apply for it and get the money? We didn't do that. So we're relying on HUD. Let me ask you this. The HAP agreement, the Housing Assistance Payments Agreement, that are gonna provide this 20-year amount of HUD vouchers, where is that tonight? Is that before the city council?
That can't.
Yes or no?
It's not tonight, no.
Wow. So wait a minute. So wait a minute. So we're voting to.
If I can.
No, you cannot.
Oh, okay.
So we're voting to. I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to get my point across.
No, you approved that in March.
But the HAP agreement.
The vouchers for this project,
Yeah.
you approved in March.
So we have the vouchers, because at the last town hall meeting, the question that I put to you, David, was, number one, we don't have, the vouchers aren't in the bank, like, we don't have that.
We do have the vouchers.
Okay, for 20 years.
Yes, we have a contract. So the way that the program works is that HUD gives you gives every housing authority a set number of vouchers. So we have X number of vouchers that we get to use.
Right,
And
so
we allocate
Understood.
some of those vouchers for this. So yes, they will be allocated for the full 20-year term
But
of
my
the
question
contract.
at the town hall meeting, to which we didn't get an answer, was, in the current state of things, I'm sure we all are aware of the political environment that we're living in now in America. So if the HUD vouchers go away, if they go away, If the president says, boom, they're gone. Whatever.
What we gonna do?
If the funding goes away, my question was, we didn't apply for an operating fund. If the vouchers go away, are the residents of this city going to be stuck with the bill for footing the operating fund for 55 years? That was my question.
So, excuse me, so Danco is the owner of the project. So should there be an issue where we weren't able to subsidize the remaining portion of the 20-year contract, Danco, as the owner and property owner of this project, would then have a plan in place to ensure that they're able to cover the remaining operating cost of their project.
Let me ask it another way. Let me ask it another way. Is it possible that the residents of this city will be stuck footing the bill for an operating expenses that are not covered by HUD?
That is not part of this agreement at all.
That wasn't my question, though. My question was, is it possible that the city of Fairfield residents will be left holding the bag for operating funds that are not covered by HUD? That, in the event that that happens, it could happen. I mean, because I'm asking these questions because anybody who's ever bought a piece of property in your life, come on, you know, I mean, the bank requires this stuff, right? You got to be able to pay your bills. So my question is, seriously, is it possible that these residents, and including me and everybody, can be left holding the bag on operating expenses that are not covered by HUD?
It is not anticipated that the city will have to.
Not my question.
Danco as the.
Please,
my question.
please
as the
let
property,
staff
as
and
the
the
property.
vice mayor speak.
So the city is not an owner of this project. So if there is any deficit on the operating costs, it will be the responsibility of Danco. The city will not be on the hook for the operating costs for this project.
You want to, David Gasway, do you want to weigh in? So you're saying right here, right now, on the record, that there's no way these residents are going to be stuck paying the operating expenses for 55 years? Or for however long HUD may not cover it? It's a very simple question.
So, I'm gonna,
Please
Yeah.
let the vice mayor
Go
and
ahead,
staff
David.
speak.
so in terms of the standard agreement, and I'll look to Latanya, or we also have Latan online, for the specifics within the standard agreement in terms of the city's obligations. I'm going to go back a couple of questions, though, that you've asked to try to provide some context. So the question, no, hold on.
No, it's my turn to ask questions, and I want my question answered.
And one of your questions was, why did we not say, or why did we not apply for funding for operations from HCD?
And
The
you
reason
can-
is because you get more points in the application
No,
for
sir.
capital if you don't ask for operating.
I'm asking you this.
And I'm trying to answer your question,
Okay, but
Madam Vice Mayor.
Can I ask the question that I want to ask now? Okay, so let me just ask the question I want to ask now. And that is simply, is it possible for these residents and us, for the residents to be left holding the bag for operating expenses if HUD doesn't come through? Is that a possibility? That's a simple yes or no question. Yes or no? Is it possible?
I mean,
Wait, no, please.
no. So
It is not possible. Okay.
you have a
Please.
If we want information, I mean, one of the challenges I've had on this project is that questions get asked, they're not simplistically yes and no answers often, right? And so we try to give you the technical answers, and then that is essentially thrown out as though, well, why aren't we getting the answers? So right now, you have a HAP, an AHAP, where you have committed in an agreement with HUD to provide project-based vouchers under our Section 8 program. The Section 8 program, I think as a part of the question is being asked, is politically, could that go away? Absolutely. I can't, if I could predict the future, I'd probably be in a different business, right? So could that go away? Yes. As of right now, what is essentially proposed under the Trump administration's budget is an elimination of rental assistance programs under HUD. And that program, total program, Section 8's a part of it, tenant-based rental assistance is a part of it. Overall, that is around $36 billion that's identified. For the next fiscal year, federal fiscal year, that money is identified as zero. In its place is a new state benefit, a rental assistance program, which is, as we know, and as LaTanya spoke to earlier, HUD has not had any communication with us on any of those plans. Under the continuing resolution that Congress just passed, there is a continuation of all of the HUD programs related to Section 8 and rental assistance. So where Congress goes come January, February, March, more continuing resolutions, I really can't, I'm not in a position to speak to that. If the program goes away, as of right now, it appears as though what the plan is to convert it to a state block grant program to provide the rental assistance monies, the same $36 billion, to states to then funnel that money down. I think it's highly likely, given the posture of the state of California and the efforts of HCD and the funding, that those monies are going to flow through to all of our Section 8 voucher holders. Because while the Section 8 program, we're talking about it in the context of Vista Ridge, the reality is we have, 900 vouchers throughout the community, somewhere in...
Slightly less than that.
Slightly less than that. So there could be changes to the program, but that contract on those project-based vouchers would still be valid. If, beyond that, if, let's say it just goes away, then we can go back to the state in those categories where we didn't apply for the money for operating subsidies because we got more points in the application process for the capital funding to actually deliver the project. That's why we did not apply for any of those monies. We can go back to the state of California and apply for those operating subsidy monies at that time.
So, okay, and thank you for that answer. So your answer, Mr. City Manager, is no, these residents, it is not possible for these residents to be left holding the bag if the HUD funding goes away and if we go back to the state of California and there is no operating expense money anymore. Then what? I'm just playing out all scenarios despite the huffing and puffing that's going on up here on the dais. I'm just asking. I mean, and I'm not, this is not a trick bag question. I'm trying to understand this because I'm just saying, listen, if HUD goes away, we go back, we apply for the expenses, and they're no more, you're saying still the residents aren't left holding the bag.
At that point in time, we would probably also, all of that happens, right?
Yeah.
All money dries up. All federal and state money for operating these types of projects dries up. Then at that point in time, we would probably go to HCD and look for some form of waiver on the deed restriction for the 55-year affordability for the program.
And then we would want to turn back to 55 years. Because there, I just looked at a website where this funding is under attack for these kinds of home key first projects that are not recovery based. They're under attack in the state of California. This is not, oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a recovery based program. This program allows its residents to continue using alcohol and drugs and does not require their participation in the service offerings. So even if the services are there, they can say, screw the services, I don't want the services, leave me alone. I mean, so this Housing First model is under fire in the state of California. And, you know, people are demanding more recovery-based programs. Why weren't we introduced to the option of a recovery-based program? I mean, when we're talking about, you know, when we started talking about this in January, why wasn't this an option for us? Let's talk about it. Let's meet about it. Let's dig into it. Let's see what works. We weren't given that opportunity. And oh, did I find out about this in a city packet or something? No, I did not. Here's another anyway, I don't digress. I'm just.
Madam Vice Mayor, just one clarification. Was that a question for me and staff? Because
it was rhetorical.
It was rhetorical.
We all know the answer to that question is no. So.
Well, if the article that you were just handed was the Cal Matters article that was talking about recovery-based housing, the reason we didn't present you that option in January is because in January that option did not exist. This is a rapidly shifting environment, which we admit. So.
All right,
okay.
Let staff speak, please.
And recovery-based housing was not born this year. I mean, come on. So anyway, all right, those are my questions for now. I don't support this project because I don't. I don't like the way it's been presented to this council and to this city. Danco made promises that they didn't keep in terms of community engagement, and they just stood up here, oh yeah, we'll have monthly meetings, and okay, you know. So I don't like the way this information was presented. I think we need to be a lot more transparent. I've looked at our website, the city's website. There's a video up one day with a video extolling the virtues of Vista Ridge, and then the next day it's gone. Wait a minute, what? So I don't like it because of a lot of reasons, but the main thing is that I don't think that the record is factually developed sufficiently to vote intelligibly on this evening. I don't think so.
Are you finished, Madam Vice Mayor, for now?
For now.
All right. Councilman Sandu, do you have questions or comments?
Yeah, I had a couple questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you. One was, I think this might be a question geared towards staff. Is there a requirement for folks to utilize the treatment that's provided on site? No. As a prerequisite to reside in this project?
I heard the first part of your question. I didn't hear the remainder, but to the first part of your question, we can't require the residents to use the supportive services, but they all will have access to them.
In your experience in other projects like these, to what rate are these utilized?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Are the services usually utilized?
In what way they're utilized? So.
What rate?
At what rate? I don't have that information, but I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, a representative from Kaminar is online. He would be able to provide that information because we do have another project, the Fairhaven project, that is also very similar to this one. If he's online, he would be able to answer that question specifically.
Okay.
Is Dre online? DeAndre Richards.
I'll jump in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely. Hello? So that's Latan, our Housing Services Director, is jumping in.
Okay. So for the Fairhaven project, this question actually came up in a meeting. I believe they said that there was probably maybe 2 or 3 residents that were not participating in the programs. So the majority of the residents have actually participated in the program, even though they're not necessarily required. And over time, the case managers build relationships with the residents, so the residents develop more trust with with the case managers, and so there's more engagement in the projects than not. I see. Thank you.
Do you have other questions, Councilman?
One more. Regarding the on-site security, in the first year of the project, how many people would that be providing that?
I believe Danco said that they would have 2 on-site security.
Was that 24/7?
Yes.
All day, just in the evening?
Yes.
All day?
They would have 3, I believe they stated in there here, I believe they stated they would have 3 shifts for on-site security during that 24-hour period.
Got it. Thank you. I think that's it, Madam Mayor, for the time being.
All right. Thank you. So I'm going to speak here. The first thing that I want to do is thank the hundreds of Fairfield residents and business owners who've come out over the months to express themselves over this very controversial project. We all recognize that homelessness is a serious issue affecting us, residents, businesses, and the city budget in a big way, millions. We may have different ideas on what works to reduce homelessness, but it's a priority. And one thing that, and I don't get offended very easily at all, but one thing that offends me is the people who support this project, who want to point their finger at those who don't and say you don't care about human beings. You are not Christians or Jews. You have no souls. Well, we know better. I've never, ever talked to anybody during these months who ever said that to me. And so that is offensive to me. We know that it is inhumane for people to live on the streets. It's inhumane for them. We have been trying for years. I've been on this council since 2008, and we've been trying for years to help, to get people off the streets. And many flat out refuse. They don't want the help. Now, sometimes that's caused by a mental illness that tells them that they're not sick. And then there are those who have drug-induced mental illness, and or could be dual diagnosed or more. I've had a personal experience working by running a homeless shelter here in Fairfield, and I know very much about people and what works and what doesn't. And what I found was that when you give structure to people, even when they have mental illnesses, and most of the people who came into the shelter self-identified as folks who had mental illness and or drug addiction. So how did we help them? I'll tell you what, we did P-tests. And no, we didn't kick them out when they came up dirty or positive. You work with them. And we did work with a couple of great folks from Kamenar, and that I became very friendly with one especially. Some, it takes a lot longer, and some you get heartbroken. A lot of them, actually. I had a man who was living, he'd been living on the streets here in Fairfield for many years. And he decided that he wanted to try to live indoors, which is another thing that is very difficult for a lot of folks who've lived out on the streets for a long time. So it takes a lot to help these people. And it's 24/7. You cannot let up. I'd be called 2 in the morning and have to go down and meet with these people. This guy, after 3 months of doing very well, he used methamphetamine. That was the drug he used. He's doing very well. And he came in to me, and he was weeping. And I'd had him seeing psychiatrists, which is something that will not be down here, but they will have access to it at Vista Ridge, I mean. They will not have a master social worker down there, but they will have access to one if they want it. Anyway, we had psychiatry, we had it all. And this gentleman said to me, "Miss Catta, I'm sorry. I meant to live and die on the streets." And he left me. I never saw him again, and he did die on the streets of Fairfield. And those things break my heart. So if anybody says, you know, Kat, you oppose this, you don't care for them, I beg to differ. So what I want to say is that I have listened to everybody. And if you live in Fairfield, you're one of my 123,000 bosses. I take that very seriously. Most of you oppose this. How do I know that? Well, because I have counted. I have read the emails that have come in. The businesses in North Texas have lists and lists of people signing of the businesses saying they don't want this. They don't want it. And we should not be chasing businesses away. We could say, oh, should we just, you know, they're paying the bills just like you're paying the bills. They're the backbone of our city. We can't, you know, you can't say you're pro-business and then do this. I have listened, but there have been a lot of allegations, and there have been a lot of misinformation, and there's been a lot of hate, and there's been a lot of confusion. So what did I do? I rely on my old skills as a reporter. And for 20 years, that's what I did, and I did investigative work. I read every word of everything that the city gave us. I went further, and I read every word of the laws surrounding this. I read every word of the appraisal on this motel. And the appraiser said it's in good shape. So then something miraculous happened. I think it's a miracle. It used to happen every once in a while when I was reporting. I got a call from a woman, and I call her a whistleblower because that's what she is. And she works inside there. And she said a lot of things, but I want to share that tonight because of that whistleblower. I called the county health department. The county health department went down and shut down the hot tub there because it was polluted. What I did not do, although I knew I needed to, was call city people. And why didn't I do that? Because I didn't want people to say the mayor, when I say people, I mean people who've opposed me, and I can read your emails, everybody out there who have done things that are naughty. But the bottom line is that somebody else, the whistleblower, told me that yes, she would talk talk to somebody else if they promised to protect her. She was scared because there's millions of dollars involved. She agreed to talk to city inspectors. The city went in. And I don't know, because I haven't seen any reports yet, because I don't think they're done. But I will tell you that somebody told me, confirmed what this woman had said. And let me just tell you what she said. And let me show you something. She had pictures and videos. This is a picture of a rotting roof, actually, that was dripping down into this. There are 2 floors, and this just happened like in October. Okay, so this has happened. This is recent. This was filled with black stuff. You can see it's a mess. And the owners there told her just throw it over the banister. This came down from, my colleagues want to take a look at it, molded walls in different colors of mold. And this is what came out of it. This is a collapsed ceiling in a laundry room. She sent this. This is not a great picture because I took it off a video. The sewer was overflowing all the way down into North Texas Street. And so I know that inspectors are looking at, the county is still looking at. Why do I bring this up? Because there were other things that she said that you need to know about, the public needs to know. And here's what it is, and it's shocking. And I'll tell you that this has been confirmed. So, 42 rooms out of 100 are not rentable. Nobody can stay in them. Why is that? Because they're dilapidated, because, and our inspectors found this, I know, they were taking parts of stuff from some rooms and trying to fix the other rooms so they could make money on those. So 42 out of 100. And what else was in there? Roaches, flying roaches, bugs in the mattresses, roaches coming out of the pillowcases. And so some of the rooms are so full of bed bugs that they are locked down permanently. But, so here's my question, and I don't have an answer for it. How could, when you have 42 rooms out of 100, how can an appraiser come in and say it's good, and then appraise it for $12 million, which is exactly what we got the loan for that? This is the kind of stuff that it pisses me off. That's what. And I'm not going to sit and point fingers. I'm just telling you facts. So I went back and I read the appraisal again. Oh yeah, it's in good shape. And I interviewed this whistleblower several times. Do you know that after I talked to her, that whistleblower was fired? Yes, she was. And she has kids because she was brave enough to call me.
She'll get something.
Yeah, she will. We'll pray for her. So because of all of this, and because of ongoing investigations that are happening right now as we speak, we should not vote tonight on anything. In fact, I'm going to make a motion to table this vote until all investigations are completed and an independent investigation is done of the process and specifics, so we know everything. And then on top of it, as a gentleman suggested earlier, and we work with our citizens to look for another site away from businesses and closer to county services. As the gentleman said earlier, we can do this as a community together, and he would work with us. I think a lot of the folks here would be motivated to do that, because we do want places to take care of our homeless. We do care. That's my motion.
Mayor Moy, I'm sorry. Can I ask you, because I know this is a very sensitive topic and the vote may be divided, can you restate your motion
Yes.
a little more slowly so that I can record it?
Okay, I'm going to do it slowly.
You said a motion to table, which I got, but then you
Table.
said until the investigation.
Until all investigations are completed. That would be the county and city inspectors. And, yes, an appraisal review and an independent investigation of the process. And to work with our citizens and Danco, anybody else, to look for another site away from the business corridor and closer to county services.
You got all that?
And I second that motion.
Madam Mayor, if I may ask a question?
Oh, yes.
Do we need to define a time period to table to, or are we tabling indefinitely?
No, not indefinitely. We want it until the investigations are completed. And we have copies of the investigations.
I guess I'm asking for the motion itself, do we need to delineate like 1 month, 2 month, so it's on the record for when it comes back? Or can we leave it open-ended like that?
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
So my job as a city attorney, along with the city clerk, is to capture the motions so that we can properly serve you. I'm having trouble hearing follow-up questions and motions.
Okay.
So can I ask the mayor, through the mayor, if you can ask members of the audience that while the motions are being made and while the council is deliberating this, the city clerk and I cannot hear what's going on.
Yeah, so if we could be quiet while we try to get this business done. Councilman Sandhu, you were asking about a time restriction on this.
Yeah, just clarifying if we need to make it more specific about when we are tabling to.
Until the investigations are done, and I wouldn't know how long. I don't have the county people here, and yeah, so I can't say that. But I want it to be swift. I want us to move forward because time is of the essence. But we have to have, the whole council needs to see those facts.
What investigations are you talking about?
And one follow-up, if I may, Mayor. Could you reiterate how the investigation plays into the turnkey project, please?
Yes. So I will tell you that if you read the appraisal, as I did, the appraisal says that the motel is in, quote, good shape. But according to these pictures and according to preliminary investigation and according to this whistleblower, 42 rooms are not usable. In fact, they're not even in their system to rent out. They're so bad. So that's what the problem is. We're spending taxpayers' money, and are we going to give somebody who's been a bad actor, the motel owner, that place should have been ripped down. It's caused this city so much problems, and that's what's going on up there? Well, we need to have, the investigations completed and given to all of us so we all know what the facts are. Because right now, it doesn't look good. It's not good. So that's what it is.
What investigations are you talking about?
I'm talking about the county environmental services is investigating. The city of Fairfield's code enforcement has been inside, and they are doing an investigation.
Can we bring Danco back up?
Please let the council, Dan Kokich, yeah, thank you.
So this is a renovation, is this an issue for you?
No. Oftentimes, we see motels that have rooms that are not occupiable. We're going to strip down, when the appraisal references good shape, they're talking about structurally, that the building's structurally sound, that there's not dry rot.
Please let him speak.
That there's not a structural issue with the building. We're going to strip all the drywall out, bare it down to bare studs. We're reconfiguring the entire inside of the building. We will mitigate any mold, any water intrusion areas, new windows, new heating, roof repairs. I mean, this is a major renovation.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Council, do you mind if I ask him just a follow-up quick? Okay, thank you. Did you guys hire the appraiser?
Did we? Yeah.
You
we
did?
Yeah.
And do you use them, please, and do you use them for other facilities that you've done?
We do use a variety of different appraisers.
Okay.
We typically put it out to bid, and whoever gives us the bid, but these are licensed appraisers.
Sure. Yeah, I saw that. I did a background on them.
But yeah, we do hire them.
No, I would not hire them after them saying that it's in good shape, because structurally it isn't. My husband is a roofing contractor, and that roof is not in any kind of good shape. Now, you guys are going to come and fix it. This doesn't have anything to do with what you're going to do, but it does have something to do with $12 million to a motel that half of it is dilapidated. Do you think that that's fair?
I mean, the numbers these days, the motels are expensive, and we paid more than that for a 100-unit motel, a lot more, so.
All right, and wait, Councilwoman Williams has a question?
So Mayor, you touched on it. So did you overpay for this motel?
No, not in our opinion, no.
And why do you say so?
Well, based on comparables from other motels that have been selling and the other conversions that we've done, we've paid more per unit for other hotels than we have for this hotel with equal amount of work.
Yeah, so Mayor, when you first brought this up, my thought was, this better be a deal. Because, as you know, I would think with a real estate mindset, you see something with all these issues, you better get it for a steal.
Yeah, that's part of the challenge, is to buy these right so that you have enough money, because the Home Key program caps the amount of money per unit that they offer for renovation. So if you pay too much for the acquisition, then you don't have enough to finish the renovation. So in this case, we have an adequate budget because the acquisition was priced right. So we're not questioning the appraiser. I mean, you can do another appraisal, but we're not questioning it.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good questions. So, you can sit down.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming up. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Okay.
Just to confirm, this is a motion to table. So a yes vote means you're voting to postpone and table until all the conditions are met as recited by the mayor. A no vote means you're not moving to table, and then the issue is still out there for deliberation and/or another motion.
Okay, Councilmember Carr?
No.
Councilmember Panduro?
No.
Councilmember Santu?
No.
Councilmember Tonneson?
No.
Councilmember Williams?
No.
Vice Mayor Bertani?
Yes.
And Mayor Moy.
Of course.
So motion does not carry 2-5.
Right. So I'll entertain another motion from whoever to whatever you guys want to do.
I'll entertain the motion to move the project forward.
And just to be clear, Councilmember Carr, this would be a motion to approve Resolution 2025-232, the agreements for Vista Ridge Motel conversion?
That is correct.
Okay.
And do I have a second for that?
Okay, wait. We got to get our business done.
You have my second.
A second? Okay. Roll call vote,
Williams,
please.
Okay, cool. Okay, Councilmember Carr?
Yes.
Councilmember Panduro?
Yes.
Councilmember Santu?
No.
Councilmember Tonneson?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bertani?
Absolutely not.
And Mayor Moy.
No.
Okay, so that was 3-4?
4-3.
Vote.
4-3.
Sorry, 4-3.
4-3, it passes.
And that passes. So, anything else? No? Okay, so that's it. And that's the end of the meeting. So thank you all very, very much for hanging in there. Thank you.